Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. members only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
Drink like me.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks, changing speeds east and west, a gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright, the father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play, Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to Eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35. The great 44, or 755. And old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us.
Don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right, down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop. All throughout Braves country, pop that top! Your Atlanta Braves have won it all!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star
On a beer?
7 o'clock in the morning.
Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the New York Metropolitans, it's Brandon Nimmo playing left field. 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .211. Starlin Marte, .256 on the year, in right field and batting second with 1 home run, 3 RBI, 2 stolen bases. Batting third, playing short, Francisco Lindor. He has 1 home run, 2 RBI, .089. Pete Alonso batting fourth, playing first, batting .196 with 3 home runs and 6 RBI. Brett Beatty batting fifth, playing third, .325 on the year with a home run and 5 RBI. Francisco Alvarez is behind home plate with a .281 average, 1 home run, 4 RBI. Jeff McNeil batting seventh and playing second, 1 home run, 1 RBI, batting .156. DJ Stewart's the designated hitter, batting .071 with 1 home run, 2 RBI. And batting ninth for the New York Mets, it's Harrison Bader. He'll be patrolling center field with a .233 average and a stolen base. On the mound for the New York Metropolitans, it's Jose Quintana. He's 0-1 with a .261 ERA, 1.65 whip, 10 1/3 innings pitched, 11 hits allowed, 8 strikeouts, 6 walks, and 2 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Alan Winans. Winans is making his 2024 debut. The right-hander will be backed up at the bottom of the first inning, leading off for your Atlanta Braves. In right field, batting .256, 4 RBI, 4 stolen bases, the 2023 National League MVP, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies. 2 home runs, 12 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .310. Batting third, playing third, Austin Riley. The Rake has 2 home runs, 10 RBI, and a .286 average. Matt Olson batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves. The Ice House has 3 home runs, 9 RBI, and a .293 average. Marcell Ozuna is the designated hitter, batting .318 with 5 home runs, 13 RBI. Adam Duvall is in left field, 3 RBI, batting .231, 3 for 13 on the year. And Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. He has 2 home runs, 6 RBI, a stolen base, batting .350. Orlando Arcia batting 8th and playing shortstop, 2 RBI, batting .385 on the young season. And Chadwick Tromp is behind home plate. He's 0 for 6 with an RBI. Calling balls and strikes behind the plate tonight, it's Charlie Ramos. First base will be manned by Chad Fairchild, second base umpire Junior Valentine, and down the third base line, it's Carlos Torres. The Mets come in 4-7 on the year. The Braves 7-3, 4-1 at home. Game time temperatures here at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, 72 degrees. The Atlanta Braves are minus -165 on the money line. The over-under is 9.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Mets of what is now the rubber match of a 3-game series. Get your game face on, Braves Country.
Armchair.
Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, as they just announced it moments ago on the stream, the Atlanta Braves are going to start off in a weather delay, and we got something in store for you here. But I do want to pull up the radar, the most recent radar. I thought we were actually going to dodge this bullet. I looked at it about an hour ago. We're getting our own weather problems here near the studio. That's why we didn't have the pregame show today, because if the feed dies and then you got to restart, it's a whole process, and it kind of it would delay us getting on the air. So let's take a look at what's actually going on in the Atlanta, Georgia area, because looking at the radar and looking at, I mean, it doesn't look, let me double check this before I say anything crazy. All right, it doesn't look like much of a delay, because there are showers that are in the area, and they're talking about them being gone in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. So I think this is more precautionary than anything else, so they didn't have to start, stop, start with all the guys on the warming up in the bullpen. You know, any other sport, you probably go ahead and start it, but starting up guys in the bullpen. But after that, we got clear sailing in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm looking at the radar right now. After this little bit clears out in front of us, we are going to have, let's see, just a little bit going through. It just is clearing through, so they're having to wait to take the tarps off. I think that's essentially what's going on here, is that they're waiting to take the tarps off. After about, 12, according to the best radar we have, around 12:30, it should get up and out of there, and then they would open up the tarps, and then they would start warming up, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, you know what this all comes down to? We talk about this all the time. 12:20 is a weird time to start on a day game in the middle of the week. I don't know why they don't do it at the 1 o'clock hour. But I think we're going to get this game in pretty quickly. We're going to step aside here for a second and play one of our Once Upon a Pastime series today. And let's see, I'm going to grab one of the shorter ones, because I really don't believe this is going to be much of a delay. Let's go ahead and this was a pretty good one. We talked about the Chicago Cubs curse, and it's a pretty short one. We'll play this, and then we'll be right back.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves country. Let's get into the curse that was. Chicago Cubs fans like Tones, and I'm sure many generations that you are related to and lived around and whatnot. Tones from the Chicago area. I thought this would be a fun one to put together in our Once Upon a Pastime series and talk about the curse that was. Now, do you have any idea who that is on your screen? I don't think most people would recognize him.
That's not Mordecai Brown, is it?
No. He was kind of a husky fellow. Three Fingers Brown, you mean?
Yep.
What a wild story that guy had. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about him today. But for folks who don't know about Mordecai Three Fingers Brown, he cut a couple of fingers off in a farming accident. Anyways, helped his spin on his pitches, and the rest is Hall of Fame history. That is Fred Merkle of the New York Giants.
Oh, yeah.
And though I believe a lot of folks always point to the Cubs curse starting in 1945 with the Billy Goat, et cetera, Giants fans, a lot of National League fans pointed to Fred Merkle as the beginning of the end. So take you back to 1908 real quick, y'all. In September against the Cubs and the New York Giants and the New York Giants and the Chicago Cubs were in a pennant race, a true pennant race, not like we have today where you win the pennant, you go to the World Series, you don't win the pennant, guess what, you're out.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a play in a critical game against the Cubs on September 23rd, 1908, towards the end of the season, where the short of it is Fred Merkle was standing on first. There was a ball hit to the outfield. The winning run scored for the Giants. Because Merkle never ran and touched second base because the crowd came onto the field in celebration, eventually the Cubs wrestled a ball away. There's still an argument on whether or not it was the real ball, but they found a ball and came running up and they touched second base. And of course, this is before video, so you go off a lot of people's accounts. They touched second base after Merkle had not touched second base, and making it a forced play. They got a ruling from the umpire that day because they did something very similar had happened a few weeks earlier. They called the game no contest, replayed the game. Cubs won. They ended up winning the pennant because of that play, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Had they ruled that he was safe and the run had scored, the Giants would have won the division. The Cubs go on to win the 1908 World Series, and that was the last World Series they won until 108 years later with 2016, which most folks remember at this point. The other thing was the Billy Goat. Do you want to go over the Billy Goat?
Yeah, so the Billy Goat, interestingly enough, Magee, and to me the coolest thing about the Billy Goat actually stems from the owner of the Billy Goat and the story he made from it. So the owner was William Cianis, and that's a key name around here because the Billy Goat actually led to, we'll get into the curse of the Billy Goat on the field in a minute, but there's actually a Billy Goat Tavern nowadays as well in the Chicagoland area. They got a chain of Billy Goat Taverns, and it's from the owner of the original Billy Goat that he brought to the game as well. So I thought that was interesting. And they have good food and tasty drinks, man. So a little bit of history about the owner of the Billy Goat there who brought the Billy Goat. But the Billy Goat is curse, obviously, as you alluded to. 1945 it took place. And, this is where you get the name Murphy Bleachers Bar out there and other things named Murphy. As the owner, William Cianis, his pet goat, was named Murphy. And during Game 4 of the World Series, Murphy the goat was bothering other fans and just kind of causing a riot in Game 4 of the World Series. Could you imagine, Magee, being in your chair and just seeing a goat and seeing a rambunctious goat at that? I mean, you're in a baseball stadium, right? So pretty interesting stuff there. So obviously the ushers and attendants at the game say, hey man, you got to get yourself and your goat out of here. You've been disrupting enough people at this point in time. So then Cianis, the owner of the Billy Goat, outraged, stormed out of there and said, you guys will never win again. The Cubs won't win anymore. You're kicking me and my pet out of here. This is bananas. You guys
Can you
ain't
imagine
going to win.
bringing a goat to a game and expecting to get in?
Right. How did they let him in?
It was a different time. It was a different time.
It's crazy that they got in to begin with. So,
right.
Like
how
imagine,
dare you kick my goat out? How dare you bring a damn goat? What are you talking about?
Even in modern day baseball, bringing your dog to the game, I think they only have, one day a year where you can bring your dog? This average Joe, William Cianis.
Well, that and it's advertised.
Correct. Exactly.
They normally call it Bark in the Park, and all the stadiums tend to do it. I want to say the Braves do it twice a year. They do it one in the spring and one in the summer. The one they pick in the summer is usually like bloody hot. Like everyone's like, I don't want to go to the stadium. All right, well then go ahead and bring your dogs in. Have them all pass out from heat exhaustion. Because it's always a Sunday afternoon. Because we've always talked about going and taking our dog.
Mm-hmm.
to the game, but it's just never going to happen. It's a Sunday afternoon, the sun's high in the sky, 1,000 degrees, and they're usually playing like the Royals or something. Like it's never got like we're not driving all the way up there to do that now.
Correct.
Anyways,
I don't
finish
blame
up
you.
because I got something about that Billy Goat Tavern that I want to add.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yada, 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 long story short, many interpreted William Ciana saying the Cubs will never win again, meaning a National League pennant ever again for as long as he lived. So, to follow that up, the Cubs lost the 1945 World Series to the Tigers, and obviously they weren't in another World Series until just 2016, and they had a couple of chances along the way as well. 1969 against the Mets, the Cubs lost the Black Cat pennant game. Remember that? That was crazy. And then in 1984, the Cubs' first postseason appearance since 1945, the Padres took them out. The Bill Buckner incident where the ball went in between his legs with the Red Sox. He was on the Cubs and the Red Sox. So just a lot of, 1998, Sammy Sosa was the MVP, but then they were swept later in that postseason. The 1989, the Giants beat them after the Cubs won. In 2001, the Cubs lost to the Cardinals. We all know what happened with the Marlins and the whole Steve Bartman thing. So, McGee, it was just time and time and time again, even through 07 and 08 with the Lou Piniella days, 2015 when the Cubs got swept by the Mets. There was just a lot of weird instances throughout all of those games. And the Mets was first baseman in 2015 was named Daniel Murphy, and he joked, not the first GOAT named Murphy to end the Cubs postseason hopes. Of course, the Billy Goat was named Murphy as well.
Yeah, so one of the things, as we'll dive into a lot of the stuff that you just kind of laid out there. So first of all, this Billy Goat Tavern, I find it very interesting. So it opened up in 1934, because when I first read about this story, I never dove into the Billy Goat Tavern until a few days ago, and I was curious, did he open the tavern because of the Billy Goat, or was this already... No, it was already a thing. Been open 11 years. And evidently he opened it on a bounce check. $205, he bought the tavern, and the proceeds that he made that weekend covered the bounce check in time to be able to stay in business, right?
That's insane.
The funny thing is this. In 1944, evidently Chicago was the home of the 1944 Republican National Convention. And he drummed up business by putting a huge sign in the window that said no Republicans allowed, and evidently they flooded the damn bar demanding service. So I don't know what his actual political standings was, if this was just reverse psychology. I don't know. But anyways, it worked, and it kind of put him on the map, and then the next year they're in the World Series, and the rest is history, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something to be mentioned about that curse. So in 1908, you had the Merkel boner, the big controversy. The Cubs had won back-to-back World Series. It was 1907 and 1908.
Yes.
They make the pennant. They win the pennant in 1910, lose to the Red Sox. 1918, lose to the Babe Ruth Red Sox. That's a famous Red Sox team that it was the final championship team for the Red Sox for many years.
Mm-hmm.
In 1929, they win the pennant, but lose to the Yankees. Of course, this is 2 years after the 27 Yankees. This is one of the greatest runs in sports history. In 1932, a lot of folks remember the called shot. A lot of folks don't remember it. It took place in Wrigley Field against the Yankees. Babe Ruth's famous called shot that a lot of folks think that he did. A lot of folks says that he didn't. And it's like one of the famous sports writers said, of all the people that contend one way or the other, if Babe Ruth actually called that shot against the Cubs, the sheer number of people that claim they were at that stadium, he famously said, I forget the sports writer's name, but he said, if as many people were at that stadium watching that game as they have told me in my lifetime, Wrigley Field would seat 500,000 people, right? So there's always someone saying, "Oh, I saw it. Oh, I didn't see it. No, he didn't do it. Yes, he did do it." But still, this is all leading up to the 1945 World Series with the Billy Goat. By the way, the Billy Goat was named Murphy for folks that are wanting to cure it. And I do wonder if that was intertwined with Murphy's Law. I haven't seen anything on that, but it is interesting. If that's why he possibly named it that. But then it's like you were laying out. So you get past 1945, and he's throwing the curse, and he's saying they're never going to play in the World Series again, never going to World Series. There's a lot of argument on whether or not he meant in his lifetime, or if he meant ever, or if he meant as long as they were in Wrigley Field. And if you ask 5 people, they'll give you 7 different answers. But anyways, it's interesting that there was already a curse that was little talked about with Fred Merkel's boner, but once the Billy Goat thing happened, then everyone started talking, well, they've already been cursed. All right. Before that, it was, man, they've been really good and just couldn't get to the championship. The Billy Goat thing happened, all of a sudden Fred Merkel's curse pops up. So, laid out all that, I want to take you to 1969. The famous Shea Stadium event where the Mets, who were the terrible Mets at this time.
The Black Cat.
The Black Cat walks in front of Ron Santo on, I think I have a picture of it. The Ron Santo is standing on deck, and I believe I have it. Give me 1 second, I'll find it. But yeah, here it is. Okay, and he's standing on deck, and they share. Go ahead and share this for you real quick. He's standing on deck, and then out of nowhere, here comes Santo, Black Cat, and of course, the Black Cat curse. That thing, that's something a lot of people don't talk about today. But back then, it was a thing. People really believed in these types of things. So this Black Cat walks in front of the dugout in between Santo and the Cubs dugout, and the Cubs end up collapsing in September. Mets go on to win the World Series. 1984. I don't know how familiar you are with all this stuff because it's a little before your time. 1984, they play the San Diego Padres in the NLCS. They're up 2-0. I remember I was pulling for the Cubs because back then you got TBS at night, you got the Cubs during the day, and so the Cubs at that point, as a kid, they were my second favorite team. Shortly after that, I was not allowed to watch them because my grandfather was like, we're watching double headers all day long. You got to go out and do chores. All right, fair enough. But at that time, I was still sneaking in there watching the Cubs during the day. And so not only are they up 2-0, best of 5 series goes back to the West Coast. And the Cubs lose the next 3 games. And in Game 5, Leon Durham, the first baseman, botches an easy ground ball that leads to a 4-run inning that won them Game 5. But before that, the Cubs had the lead. Now, how does this intertwine with other things? 84, Leon Durham. People were talking about that for a couple of years until Bill Buckner, who was an ex-Chicago Cub, was on the Boston Red Sox. And he had a very similar play happen to him that everybody still talks about this day. Leon Durham's lucky that Bill Buckner came along and did what he did in the World Series, or people would still be talking about Leon Durham's botch in the NLCS. The other thing that saved him, too, was all those games were being played during the daytime. So not as many people saw them.
Correct.
And then you get, what was the next one that I had? Okay, the Bill Buckner. And then 1989, this isn't really curse-like, but I do think that when you're a fan of a team, and our buddy the fireman that comes on the show from time to time, he's been a diehard Cubs fan for as long. We grew up friends just before high school, and he was a Cubs fan then. I was a Braves fan then, and that hasn't changed. And he became a Cubs fan. The reason why I'm a Braves fan is because you got it on the Superstation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think what it came down to, I want to say his parents wouldn't let him watch TV at night, but he could watch the Cubs during the day when they weren't there, right? So everyone's got a reason why they like their team. But anyways, they are up, or they are tied 1-1, leaving Wrigley, heading to San Francisco. And back then you played the first 2, and then you would play 3. And then I think they had just gone to the 7-game series in the NLCS. Before that, it was best of 5. That had only been like a few years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all they had to do was win 1 game to get it back to Wrigley. They lose every one of those games in which the bullpen blew the damn game. Games 3, 4, and 5, the bullpen blew the game every single game. And then I do know that you're old enough to remember the Bartman.
Oh, Steve Bartman.
So can you take us through what you were thinking at the time? What was going through your mind as a young lad, Cubs fan, so damn close, and then the Steve Bartman play?
I actually remember my parents being at the game, and I was dropped off at my grandma's house by my parents in my Cubs stuff, watching the game with my grandma, who was a lifelong Cubs fan, my brother as well, and my aunt. And we were just kind of sitting, watching TV. And for those Cubs fans out there that know, and that, they know this, before the Bartman play happened, Alex Gonzalez, the Cubs shortstop, let a routine grounder get by him, and he had a very good fielding percentage that year. Ground ball gets past him. Couple pitches later, the Bartman thing happens, and I think the crowd is already so mad.
I think everybody's forgotten that Alex Gonzalez thing.
Yep, everybody's forgotten him because everyone was so mad from that. Everyone was so fierce from that Moises Alou helped feed the Bartman beast, because Moises Alou goes into the stands, puts his glove up. Bartman is actually listening to the game. Steve Bartman is listening to the game in his earphones and watching the game. So in his ear, the volume is a couple seconds behind. So he doesn't even realize what he does initially until a couple seconds pass. Bartman reaches up, and the ball goes into his hands right over the outstretched Moises Alou, our left fielder at the time's glove. And Moises throws his glove to the ground, starts throwing a temper tantrum, points at Bartman, saying, "What are you doing?" You could tell every other word out of Moises' mouth is a cuss word. Now, physics to this date will say he probably didn't even have the best of chance at catching the baseball, Moises Alou, but the reaction from Alou, the heat that Alou gave to Bartman, the importance of that play after after Alex Gonzalez's error, it just built up so much anger, so much frustration in this big of a game that Bartman was a scapegoat. Bartman ultimately had to leave the game. And like I said, it wasn't until a couple seconds after the play happened where he started looking around and he's going, "Me?" And the fans around him are going, "Yeah, buddy." Sadly, it doesn't look like it's going to end.
So bad for this guy. I mean, I'm telling you, man. So by then, I'm not a Cubs fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was pulling for Chicago because I didn't want the Marlins to win.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want the Marlins to win because I was still sore over 97, where Livan Hernandez's strike zone was the size of the panhandle.
Mm.
So I was still like, nah, I'm done, man. No. Let's go. Come on, Cubs. And I really also wanted to see, I think something that a lot of people forget about that whole thing, I wanted to see the Cubs and the Yankees in the World Series, which is who was awaiting the National League winner.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
You know, for not only for the Cubs to be able to have a chance to break their curse, but what if they did it against the Yankees?
Oh, man.
Because this was was this 03? Yeah, this is 03.
Yep.
This was the year before. So the Red Sox curse still was. Remember that was the same week that, as they say, Aaron Stinkin' Boone hit that home run against Wakefield. Was it Wakefield?
Yep.
I know they left Pedro in too long. I don't know. Anyways, he hit that home run to send them to the World Series, and everyone was. I mean, they were just up in arms. They what was the guy's name they fired? Grady Little. So all that was going on the same week as this ridiculousness takes place.
Mm-mm. And I just can't believe that, you know, my parents were actually at that game, and took them a while to recover, especially my pops. It was just one of those things that was such a brutal loss for Cubs fans. And again, Bartman, that baseball ended up going for thousands, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the guy who won it blew it up. He blew up the baseball, the whole Bartman baseball, after paying like hundreds of thousands of dollars for it. It's like, you can't make this stuff up. It's
right,
crazy.
Which I thought was a little goofy, but I mean, I guess you got the right to do with whatever you want to do with it, but I thought the whole thing was I don't know. I don't
agree
like
with
the
you.
idea of destroying, even if it's bad history. I don't like the idea of destroying history.
No, and the other interesting thing is, quick to allude to it, you brought up the Bill Buckner thing. Some people might be wondering, well, wasn't Bill Buckner on the Red Sox when he let that ball between his legs? Yes, but the funny thing is, and the crazy thing is, Bill Buckner was wearing, he got traded from the Cubs to the Red Sox, and he kept his Cubs batting gloves, and he was wearing a Chicago Cubs batting glove underneath his baseball fielding glove when he let the ball go through between his legs, and that's why people think.
Well, yeah, I can remember people talking. There was an article out at the time or something that I remember they were calling it the double curse. They're basically saying you can't put Red Sox and Cubs in the same glove. Something is bound to happen terribly.
Mm-hmm.
Which obviously is a bunch of nonsense, but you know, now I still say that. You know, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. You know, I don't know if I'm mixing Red Sox and Cubs and hoping. You know, two negatives are not going to always make a positive. No matter what they tell you.
Yeah, especially with these historic quote-unquote curses, right? I mean, as you said, there was some nasty Red Sox and Cubs moments, and both overcame eventually, but it took them forever.
Yeah, so they see. There's a couple other things that. Another one for Braves fans. Braves fans probably don't remember this, and I don't think it's. I wouldn't call it curse-like, but it was in the footnotes of all the stuff that I read. 1998, the home run chase. Sammy Sosa wins the MVP for the National League, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, still, how insane is that Sosa won the MVP, but McGwire got the home run record? That's a different argument for a different day.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all excited heading to the playoffs, and then they get swept by the famous 98 Braves, you know, that the song was written about, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at that curse-like because I don't think that Cubs team was that great. But it still adds to it. And then 2004, the year that the Red Sox reversed their curse, and this is the year after the Bartman incident, the Cubs had a 2.5 game lead in the wild card on September 25th.
Mm-hmm.
They blew a lead and lost in extra innings on that day to the Houston Astros. They ended up losing 6 of their last 8 games, didn't make the playoffs. The Astros got the wild card, and they went on to go to the World Series, winning the NL pennant. And obviously, they faced that was it's so crazy that all this stuff happened at once. But that was the year in 04, or was that 05? I guess that was 05. That the White Sox went on to win the World Series against the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
So you had the Bartman incident in 03 that was, curse. 04, the Red Sox reversed the curse. 05, the Black Sox do the same, and now you're still sitting around going, well, dude, when is it the Cubs' turn? Like, what the hell's going on here?
And then we brought in Lou Piniella, and people thought they were going to be saved, and not much changed. A lot of choking continued.
The other thing that gets lost in the mix right there, too, is if you remember, during that time period, and everyone chalked it up to the curse, which is just ridiculous, but Kerry Wood strikes out 20 Astros, and then it was his arm just fell off, along with Mark Pryor. Their arms just fall off after was it the 03 season that they, I guess it was 04 on, that they just turned into absolute just jello.
Yep, and a lot of people attribute Dusty Baker into over pitching those type of guys.
Oh, he absolutely did.
I
don't know
think so
if
as well.
blame him because it was a different time period. No one thought about pitch count back then.
I agree with that statement completely.
But it was definitely you'd already seen Dusty Baker do some other dumb things when he had Barry Bonds and the Giants and whatnot. So you're already going, I don't know. Is this guy know what the hell he's doing? What's going on here?
There were another crazy aspect of it. How many former Cubs ended up winning World Series during the Billy Goat era? I believe there were 45 or more players, including some minor leaguers that they traded. Ryan Dempster, Dontrell Willis, Mark Grace, Mark Bellhorn. There were a lot of guys who were on the Cubs for the thick of their career, including Joe Girardi. And then as soon as they left the Cubs, it seemed like they were on their way to a championship. It was just the craziest thing. And then big free agents would come to the Cubs and they would do nothing, like an Alfonso Soriano. He had one good year, but just it was real.
2016 hits, and just as we put a bow on this, the emotions that had to been going through. And the craziest thing about that World Series, this was also the Cleveland Indians at the time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not the Guardians. They were the Indians at the time.
Yep.
So don't at me. And Indians, Cubs come down to the final World Series game, which was an incredible game. Aroldis Chapman, I don't think, gets enough credit for that championship.
I agree.
But the stage is yours, sir. Tell me what was going on in Wrigleyville.
Man, I remember it was just being crazy. It was being mayhem down there. The Cubs were down 3-1 in the series, McGee. You know as well as I do. That is really
over.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thought it was over. Even some of us Cubs fans, we were holding out hope, obviously. But, the realisticness of winning something like that against a team like the Indians, they won Game 7, 8-7 in 10 innings in Cleveland. That was a cooler thing either. And I just remember I was in college at the time. I was about to graduate. And I just remember, man, I had some important stuff to do, but I halted all the meetings. I'm like, I'm watching this game. I'm not missing a sliver of it. And there was a little bit of a delay in that game as well, if I remember correctly. So it delayed it. The Cubs won it in the middle of the night. And I just remember when that ball hit Anthony Rizzo's mitt at first base, I was just sitting there thinking to myself, man, I was so cheesy. I was so happy after living through the Bartman thing, after living through the Sosa era, the Lou Piniella era. I thought we'd maybe never see the day. And then being down 3-1 to Cleveland, I'm like, man, are we really going to blow this? And McGee, the coolest part about it was my grandma was alive through the Billy Goat curse era. All she kept saying, she wanted a Cubs World Series. They ended up winning that year, and my grandma passed a few months after she got to see them win a World Series.
Well,
truly crazy.
A bittersweet ending, right?
Exactly. She got to see her team win and the curse lifted.
Yeah, I can remember so many people that were, you would see video of generations dancing in the street and whatnot. I just thought that was, as a baseball fan, not necessarily a fan of the Cubs, but there's something. When I was a child, I did watch a lot of Cubs baseball, and it was cool to watch as not a fan, but as a fan of not only the sport, but also cool to see the Cubs. The only thing that got me, there was a friend of mine, and I'll never forgive her for putting this on social media. She has been a diehard Cardinal fan as long as I've known her, 20 plus years. And she was celebrating the Cubs championship. Like, that's a little too much, okay? That's a little too much.
That's a no-no in my book.
Oh, that's a huge no-no.
Mm-hmm. I don't care what curse it's in.
I can excuse any other fan base.
I agree with that.
Yankee fans were not looking in 2004 go, finally, man, they got it off the monkey off their back. Hell no. They were like, we got to go out and get more money. We got to crush their hopes.
Oh, man.
All right, we got to get out of here. This has been Once Upon a Pastime series here on Braves Country.
Have a great one, Mac.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye.
To left center, can Andrew catch up with it? A diving catch ends the game!
Hit to deep right center field. Andrew Jones. Oh, good night. That's why that man's a Gold Glover. I mean, that saved 3 runs.
Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. Magee, 2024. He'd lean forth an inch, closer and closer. We all came to see 25. Our pitchers were fearless, on the hill with no worries, backed by the greatest center fielder alive. Into the gap? Ha, that's a laugh. Jones was faster than light. Andrew would dart more like an art, the crowd oohing and awing with sighs. Bombs from the plate, speed on the base, a swing and a smile and big fly. But we came to gaze, and were always amazed, where Singles Would Go to Die. Where Singles Would Go to Die by D.M. Magee, 2024.
Eat your heart out, Willie Mays.
Exactly. That's a tougher play than Willie Mays made.
Darn tootin'.
Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. the hell are you, Braves country? Hope y'all are having a good day. I saw that our producer quick with the hammer on the guy. Man, that's some kind of a nut. I don't know what that guy was doing. I was out of pocket and I came back in. And I was like, "What'd you do?" Because that guy was only going to get worse. I'm not dealing with it today. So there you have that. If you missed that little tirade, some guy off his meds, I guess. Let's go ahead and recap real quick on the starting lineup for you, as we didn't time it up just right. We thought about replaying it, and then we got into that the Once Upon a Pastime series. So real quick, and you're going to notice today we made something. This will pop on the screen when there's a pitching change, because there is a glitch in the scoreboard we use, and we have to reset it. And when we reset it, it kind of bounces all over the damn place. And I didn't want someone to get, have some kind of a seizure or something. So we came up with that idea. The card will pop up anytime there's a pitching change. And as soon as the screen resets, we're going to take it down. We added some new emojis. If you're a country club member, check those out. We have noticed that we can change them periodically from time to time, and as we get more members, they continue to give us more leeway on what we can do. So we got some that are, let me take a look at them real quick, because I was in the middle of loading them, but I don't remember jotting them down anywhere. But I do remember that you had, like, let me see here, as Alan Winans is getting set for first pitch play-by-play, the Atlanta Braves were wearing their white tops, white pants, red lettering, red numerals, blue outlining all, and navy names on the back, on the chest, Braves, and the tomahawk in underneath. And yes, sir, it is time for Braves country. It is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Alan Winans is up high for a ball to Brandon Nimmo. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, popped up high, fairly deep in the left field, but it's playable. Underneath it is Adam Duvall, and one away. See, some of the ones we still have the classic A. We have the Braves ball cap. You'll notice that the this one right here is for, it's basically a home run or a hard hit ball, and this one is for a K. Man, I'm not gonna put any more players on there. I feel like we jinxed Strider by having that mustache on there. That'll bring Starlin Marte to the plate. Marte takes one down and away. It's 1-0. Got the tomahawk. We've got this one. Realistically, I think it says stolen base, but it's for anytime there's a run scored or first to third kind of thing. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. And then, of course, we still have eyeglasses for hopefully another save today. So a 1-1 count to Marte. The pitch on the way, down and away. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first inning. If you're just joining us, there was a rain delay. The 2-1 chop foul in between home and first. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Winans comes set. The release just misses outside. 3-2. You'll notice Alan Winans throws a four-seam fastball, a changeup, a slider, and a sinker. They're all about 25%. Now, the change 28%. That's his main go-to pitch, but the rest 25 and 22% respectively. Excuse me. The payoff pitch from Winans, tried to get him to chase that change, and it's a one-out walk here in the top of the first. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first inning. That'll bring Lindor to the plate. Lindor takes the first pitch down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty, lefty, switch hitter from the left side, digs in. The pitch just misses inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lindor struggling to start the season. Still a long way to go, batting .089 with a .385 OPS. The 1-1 swung on and lifted high, not very deep, into left field. Adam Duvall will camp underneath it, 2 away. We know this is a long season, so you normally wouldn't worry about getting off to a slow start. But when you're paying a guy well over $300 million, the fans are going to worry. That'll bring Pete Alonso to the plate. Pete Alonso batting .196. Pitch misses inside for a ball, 1-0. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first. Marte on second. The 1-0 pitch from Winans. Kicks and fires. Just grabs the outer edge. Kisses the black. It's 1-1. Winans' fastball and sinker essentially both come in high 80s, low 90s. It's just the movement that's a little different. The 1-1. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. Ricochets off of Riley. Arcia gets the rebound. He was thinking about firing it over to first, and once it caromed off him once again, it'll be an infield single by Alonso. That was a hard hit ball. That ball was smoked. Ate Riley up. I think if RC is able to catch that off the hop, he may have had a chance at the slow-footed Alonso, but Alonso was busting it down the line. Probably didn't matter. So an infield single for Alonso. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Beatty comes to the plate. He takes a swing and a miss over the top of the changeup. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Winans comes set. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Over the top of that changeup, it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Winans 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. They'll be leaving on contact. The right-hander comes set. Left-hander digs in. Tromp sets up on the outer edge. Here's the pitch. Swung on, that ball's rifled into left field. It's going to get down on a 1-hopper, and they are going to send the runner. Wasn't a great throw, but maybe, just out of the stretch by Tromp. The throw was up the line a little bit. He had to grab it, then dive at the runner, Marte, who was sliding on the inner part of the plate. Good slide by Marte. It's 1-0 New York. Runners on the corners. Duvall wasn't going to be able to make the catch, so he played it on the hop. And after looking at the replay, Marte was definitely in safe. Not really that close. So 1-0 your score. Braves once again down early. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is swing and a miss strike. 91 miles an hour up top. It's 0-1. Runners actually on second and third on the throw. They didn't show up, but on the throw, Beatty advanced from first to second. So second and third, 2 outs. Infield back, the 0-1 swing and a miss. Diving at the slider, it's 0-2. The 0-2 count. pretty day now, and we're expecting good weather the rest of the way, and that good weather is heading towards Augusta and the Masters. Happy Masters weekend. The 0-2 pitch from Winans. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got out in front of it, and that'll end the inning, but not before the Mets put one on the board. When we come back, the top of the order for your Atlanta Braves.
I don't think people realize how much of a burden it is carrying around such a thick personality. Walking around with an absolute dump truck of a vibe is not easy.
All right, we are going to do northern versus southern words, okay?
Here we go.
We got ready? Okay, the stuff you put in your car is oil. Oil.
No, it's oil. That's motor oil.
I ruined, R-U-I-N-E-D.
I ruined my britches.
I drink soda.
Pass me a Coke.
I pushed the shopping cart.
That's a boogie.
Wash. I wash my clothes. W-A-S-H.
I washed my clothes.
There's no R in it. No R in it.
I washed my britches.
Okay. The house is on fire.
House is on fire.
Fire.
Fire. Kind of like a car tire fire.
What?
A car tire fire.
Oh, I'm wearing pants.
I'm wearing britches.
Pants.
Britches.
Pants. And our last one is, I wear underwear under my pants. No,
your drawers, your drawers.
That's what goes in a dresser.
Nice. That's your drawers.
Drawers.
Your drawers.
Your drawers. D-R-A-W-E-R-S. It goes in a dresser.
No, drawers is what you wear under your britches.
In 1978, Steinbrenner's Yankees came from 14 games behind and then beat the Red Sox in a dramatic and for Boston fans excruciating one-game playoff to win the division title. It was the greatest comeback in American League history.
And a happy Bucky Dent.
New York then took the World Series from the Dodgers, but Steinbrenner was not satisfied.
Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 1-0. Jose Quintana will come to the mound, excuse me. 3.57 ERA last season, 13 starts. He's a control pitcher. He's going to change the speeds up and down, in and out. We talked about this in the last broadcast as the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. He's a poor man's version of Tom Glavine. Left-hander that will try to keep creeping the edge at. You can't do it quite like you could back in Tom's day. As the 0-1 pitch. Swing! And rifles that foul out of play 0-2. You'll see him move up and down and in and out. He's not going to overpower you, but he's going to try to keep your timing off. So an 0-2 count. Lefty-righty. Quintana turns and fires. Swung on and lifted foul out of play. Acuna just tried to spoil that pitch. Alvarez was set up inside, but the pitch was well outside. So maybe some control issues early on. Acuna still has not hit that elusive first home run. The 0-2 to Acuna. Tried to bounce one, get him to chase. Curveball misses 1-2. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. Austin Riley in the hole. The 1-2. Down and out of the zone once again. That one was the hard stuff coming in at 86. The curve bounced in at 77. So a 2-2 count. Doesn't want to give in, and Quintana is known for that as well. He does not like to give in, especially to the power pitchers. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at Beatty. Fires it over to first. And it's a 5-3 putout to start the game. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie batting .310 on the year with a .918 OPS. from open stance from the right side. Check swing, excuse me, foul. Pass first and near the dugout. Be scooped up by Goodwin, and they'll pitch it into the dugout. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way, down and in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Ozzie with 2 home runs on the year and 12 RBI. The 1-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Just top of the zone. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and hit high and deep into left center field. But getting underneath it, making the catch, is the center fielder Bader. F8 in your scorecard, 2 away. Two down. Austin Riley comes to the plate, batting .286. 2 homers, 848 OPS. He blasts the first pitch he sees. Can he keep it straight? Just left of the foul pole in left field. That ball was an upper deck job. Wow. He was sitting dead red. That was a 4-seam fastball. Wasn't fast enough. So an 0-1 count. They set up inside again. See where they go with this one. Pitch misses just in. 1-1. Definitely trying to get him to chase. Looking to jam him. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep into left center field. Going back on the track. Almost colliding with Nimmo. Bader makes a catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, though a couple of them gave some long rides. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
If I ever say, do you want me to be honest? You might want to just say no.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Excuse me, what the hell's going on out here? Well, Nook's scared because his eyelids are jammed and his old man's here. We need a live, was it a live rooster? We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie or Jimmy for their wedding present.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
I love watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do, and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it, these 9 guys on the field? If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other, and with all of their memory of the other person, and the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way. Jeff McNeil upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. Winans threw 20 pitches in that second inning. Lefty, righty, the 0-1. Drifts inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Changeup misses, 2-1. I had a buddy text me this morning about when he saw the news that OJ passed away. And he said OJ was the Rock before the Rock. And then he sent one right after that. He said, except for all that murdery stuff. It's like that's a hell of a way to look at something. The 2-1 misses inside. 3-1. Looked like it might have grabbed the zone. Your home plate umpire today is Charlie Ramos. 3-1 pitch. Misses. Ball four. So Winan has walked his second batter. It's always a recipe for disaster. That one looked like a strike once again. The problem is where Trump is setting up at. Winan's not hitting the glove, so he's not getting the call. That's still a strike is a strike is a strike. But a lot of times umpires get affected by where the catcher's set up and where he actually catches it. First pitch on the way to G.J. Stewart is inside first strike. It's 0-1. Stewart, the only hit of the year was a home run earlier in this series, the first game of the series. The 0-1 swing, pops it up high in the sky. Adam Duvall's been extremely busy today. He'll make the catch once again. One away. Clouds are starting to form over Truist Park, but right before first pitch, I checked the radar, and it does not look like we're going to get any real threat of rain, so we should be able to get this game in. That'll bring Harrison Bader to the plate. Righty-righty matchup, the number 9 hitter, the first pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled towards second. Ozzy's got it, turns, flips it to short. It's going to be a 4-6 put out. Arcia keeps it in his pocket. The fast-running Bader easily safe at first, but there are 2 away. Top of the second inning. The 20th, that is, what is that, a week from Saturday? Goats going to the Orioles game. First pitch on the way. It's a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty, lefty. Kicks and deals just below the knees, 1-1. I bet it is. I remember going to the that Cardinal Royals game that I went to, and the Royals weren't even any good, and it was still a great time. The 1-1 swing and a miss over the top, good change, pulled the string on that one, 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Nimmo. Winan's trying to erase the leadoff walk. Bader dancing back and forth. He's going. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Money Mike misplays it over his head, and that's going to be a run. Went off his glove, and Nimmo will get to second on the RBI double. Doubt that'll be an error, but Mike will tell you he got a bad jump on it, bad read. He started to go in when the ball was first swung. Took about 2 or 3 steps and tried to recalculate. At that point, he was in trouble, and it just got over his glove. So 2-0. They'll probably give that a hit, and they did, but it's not realistically fair to Winans because probably should have been an error. It did hit his glove, and it was a bad read. 1-0 to Marte, who walked his first time up. The pitch. Just on the outer edge for a strike, 1-1. You can read it as it being a hard hit ball, but Major League center fielder normally makes that play. The 1-1, down and away, 2-1. Today's scorekeepers tend to be much more lenient in their calls. And let's be honest, Mike Harris is one of the stars of the team, and Winans will be down in the minors again soon, so that plays into it as well. The 2-1 pitch in the dirt, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Marte. Standing on deck is Lindor. Do wonder how long Winans will be for this game. Jesse Chavez could spell long relief, or Dylan Lee. The 3-1 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground, and that one's going to go off the glove of Arcia. That's got to be an error. E6. It took a funny hop, ate him up, but it was an atom ball, and he should have made that play. Braves trail 3-0. Got the in-between hop. Because he didn't get in front of it, kind of laid on him and went out into left field. Not a technically sound defensive play. Arcia, normally one of the best in the business over there, but he just kind of tried to scoop it. If he gets in front of that ball, the ball gets knocked down, and it probably not going to make the play at first, but Nimmo would have been stuck at third. Kranitz goes out there to talk to Winans. And now Francisco Lindor steps in, runner on first, 2 outs, the pitch. Inside, misses, 1-0. Four-seam fastball. Braves quickly down 3 runs on what should be 2 errors. Right now, there's just the one. The 1-0. Swing and chopped in front of the mound. It'll be right back to Winans. He'll flip it over to first, and he says, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. We'll be back in a flash after 2 miscues in the field. The Braves trail 3-0.
I woke up sexy as hell again today.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
I do not wake up feeling like $1 million. I, in fact, wake up feeling like insufficient funds.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Well, Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Lefty-lefty matchup is outside wide for a ball, 1-0. Braves trail 3-0. Still a long way to go in this one. 2 defensive miscues in the top of the second, if you're just joining us, led to the 2 runs. Pitch on the way. Called for a really low strike, 1-1. Olson, 1028 OPS, 3 bombs, 9 ribbies. The 1-1 swing, and that ball's blasted deep down the right field line, about 20-25 feet right of it into the upper deck, 1-2. I saw something that I was not aware of when I see people talk about getting blacked out by Bally. I thought they were just talking about in the Braves area. Is the 1-2 pitch, swung on, fisted, fouling out of play. We'll do it again. Thought they were always referring to not having the Bally Sports app and living in the area so you can't use the MLB app. The 1-2 to Olson, swing and a miss, strike 3 out in front of that curveball, 1 away. Then I saw a guy put up a video the other day. He was talking about the Braves were playing, I think it was this series, the Mets. And they're in the Braves market, and Bally had 2 games on at the same time the Braves were on. One was the Memphis Grizzlies basketball game, and the other, I think, was the Predators hockey game. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna's down and in, 1-0. Now that is some junk. That is some real junk. Like, I didn't know they were pulling that junk. The 1-0 pitch, inside, 2-0. So now I think about how. So I'm right outside the actual Braves market. We're technically in the Tampa Bay, Florida market, Florida Marlins market. Is the 2-0 pitch down below the knees, 3-0. Marcell Ozuna, 1038 OPS. 5 home runs, 13 RBI. He's just trying to find a way to get on anyway to get Quintana out of the stretch. The 3-0 from Quintana. Down and in, ball 4, and the Braves have their first base runner. I used to live up in that Nashville area, so I get it. I mean, that is just outrageous. Because someone who's a Braves fan is not likely to also be a basketball and hockey fan all wrapped into one, as the first pitch down and in to Duvall is right there for a strike. Looked like it missed inside. In fact, it did. It's 0-1. Adam Duvall, 231, 3 RBI. The 0-1 pitch just grabs the outer edge. That's a wide strike. So he's going wide in and wide out. That's pretty liberal strike zone that he's got there tonight from Charlie Ramos. Looked up his numbers before the game. 94% accuracy. That's a so-so umpire. It's not one of the more terrible ones. The ones at the bottom of the list are usually around 92%, 93%. The higher end ones are 95 and above. So he's, as the kids say, he's a mid. And he does tend to call games with about 0.17 more runs per game over his career. The 0-2, inside, 1-2. Meaning 0.17 runs over the average umpire on the over-under. So you can expect probably a high-scoring game today. The 1-2 to Duvall. Runner on first, 1 out. The pitch. Down and in. Ball 2 evens up the count, win in the dirt. Alvarez jumped up to get it, but the ball just kind of died in between the feet of Duvall. It bounced off of Alvarez, and then off the back leg of Duvall. So a 2-2 count. Ozuna on first, 1 out, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit up the middle. It's going to be a 6-4. Not going to get the double play. The speedy Duvall down the base paths. He keeps the inning alive, 2 outs. Ozuna will head back to the bench. They'll trade spots. Good slide by Ozuna, by the way. He waited till the last minute to slide. Doubt that had anything to do with him, with Duvall beating out the throw, but it's a good technical slide in today's baseball. So that'll bring Harris to the plate, lefty-lefty. First pitch, 91 right down the pipe on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Now, Goat, is that because is the 0-1 pitch? Swing, and that ball's hit high into right field, but it's going to die on the warning track. Allowed out number 3. We'll head to the top of the third, middle of the order, due up for the Metropolitans.
Are you okay, pal?
I had a rough day on the job.
Are you going home now?
I was about to.
Well then, you just fulfilled the first rule of law enforcement. Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Well, there's been so much going on. We have so much to talk about tonight, so let's just get right to it. All righty.
I'm not going to White Washington. I let my church down, and I let my family down.
And didn't we let something else down, like our trousers? Armchair.
I was talking to one of my husband's friends, and he was telling me about how he went and got his son a game system and some games or whatnot so he could take it over to his mother's house and so they could play games and stuff while he's not at his house. So anyway, he messaged him the other day and said, "Hey son, you want to play Call of Duty?" So the son messaged him back and said, "Mom took my game system away." So of course he goes and texts the ex and he said, "Why'd you take my son's game system away? What happened?" And she said, he won't let his brothers play with him, so I took it away. And he messaged her back and said, "I bought that game system. That's his game system. He don't have to share. Give it back to him." And she said, "Well, in this house, we do share." So she said he said that he texted back and said, "Oh, well, that's crazy because you got 4 kids in the house that don't share the same daddy, so give it back."
The best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. Lead this one, or trail this one, 3-0, top of the third. Alonso will come to the plate. First pitch to Alonso, swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-1. Yes. So what you're talking about is not having what gives the game in your area, but what they're talking about is they have what gives the game in their area, and they're still getting blacked out because the 0-1 pitch swung on, rifled up the middle. That'll be a base hit, single for Alonso to start the third. They can't get the MLB TV because they're in the blackout market, and they have the Bally's, which is what shows Braves games in the Braves market. But on that particular night, they weren't showing that. They chose not to show the Braves games. Instead they decided to show regular season basketball and regular season hockey, and that's what the fans are mad about. Is that they're like, I don't want to watch the Grizzlies or the Predators, whatever their fandom's at. It's the first pitch on the way to Beatty is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. So it'd be the equivalent of me sitting here in Florida wanting to pick up a Rays game, And they decide to show the magic and the heat or the magic and the lightning or whatever. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. So 0-2, because I guess they have two outlets, kind of like an ESPN1 and ESPN2 type thing. And both outlets, they decided not to show the baseball. That would make you mad, and I get that. So an 0-2 count. What little chance they had of me going out and getting the Bally's in Florida, that just went out the window once I found that out. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, chopped over the head of Winans. It's going to get scooped by Ozzie. 4-3 put out. Alonso makes it down to second. Slow developing roller, no chance to get the double play. And Alonso hopped over the ball. That was really close. He was almost, if that ball hits him in the foot, he's out. But I guess he has to look at it as if I don't and I stop, Ozzie's gonna get me out anyway. So first pitch on the way to Alvarez is roasted into the gap. That's going to get up against the wall, and the Mets lead at 4-0. Winans getting pounded here. Remember something about this. Max Fried could have pitched today. This was the decision of Brian Snitker to push everyone back a day and give Winans a chance. Now, I don't know if they left that up to Max, maybe. Maybe Max said he'd rather pitch. I seriously doubt that's the case. So Braves trail 4-0. They're going to have to get the bats going again like they have a few other times already. Winans is out there throwing batting practice at this point. Second time through the lineup, the first pitch on the way to McNeil is down there. First strike, it's 0-1. The way he's throwing right now, I don't think we see him a third time through the lineup. I think they're going to try to get him through this first time and then probably go to the pen. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. If he can get through the third inning, depending on where you are in the lineup, you could bring Lee in to face Nimmo and then turn Lindor around. But if it starts off with Marte, you'll probably go to the righty. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Lee has not pitched in a few days. I would think that would be the first guy they would go to get him some work, but they don't always reveal everything behind the scenes. So a 1-2 count. The pitch. Swung on, chopped hard down the line. We'll do it again. Winans just doesn't have that kind of stuff that's going to be able to go through a lineup a few times. He's a journeyman starting pitcher that does fine in the minor leagues. But as far as the majors, remember that one time that he pitched extremely well against these Mets last year, he wasn't facing their starting lineup. That was a doubleheader. I believe it was in New York. It was a doubleheader. It was the first part of a day-night doubleheader. And Winans pitched against basically the B squad. The 1-2 swung on, hit hard on the ground and under the glove of Olsen. And Alvarez is going to come around to score. 5-0 New York. A double. And Winans on the ropes here. 50 pitches into the game. Only 2 1/3. That was a changeup that just hung up there. Man, it barely grabbed the chalk going by, just wide of Olsen. It's perfectly placed because if it stays straight, Olsen's got a chance, but it kept curving after it hit the chalk. So runner on second, one out. Remember, we were down 6-0 just a few nights ago and came back, so it's far from over. But you'd like to stop the bleeding here. DJ Stewart digs in. First pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, 1-0. New York 5, Braves nothing. Top of the third inning. The 1-0. Just grabs the top of the zone. I'm not sure about that one. We'll take it. It's 1-1. Your pitch track is kind of on the money on where that pitch missed at. The 1-1 pitch, down below the knees, 2-1. That one may have grabbed the bottom of the zone, but if he's going to call that high one, you're not going to get the low one either normally. So a 2-1 count. Righty-lefty. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's blasted high into right field, and it is gone. DJ Stewart, his second home run of the series at 7-0 New York. Alan Winans will probably get some Christmas cards from the New York Bats this fall. He is absolutely awful. I hope this puts an end to him being a part of their plans going forward. I know they'll use guys in spot starts here and there, but this is the third time in a row that we've seen him not be able to go very deep. I get that he pitches well down on the farm, but his stuff just doesn't translate. First pitch on the way to Bader's high and inside for a ball, 1-0. There is stirring in the Braves bullpen. Braves trail 7-0. The 0-1, the 1-0. Up high, 1-1. Now you wonder if they're just going to let him go sit out there and take a beating. Down 7-0. How much of that bullpen are you willing to use? The 1-1, inside 2-1, nowhere near the zone. The other thing is Winans is it is Dylan Lee warming up like we expected, but he should have been up and going long before this. The 2-1. Down and away, 3-1. 3-1 count to Bader. Top of the order looms on deck. The 3-1 count. Swung on, chopped over towards third. Riley's got it. Flips it over to first. A 5-3 put out, 2 down. Winans about to throw his 60th pitch of the game. The Braves can get Nemo out here and the scratcher costs a couple of runs. They'll definitely go to Lee in the next inning. First pitch is nowhere near the zone. That thing almost hits. It almost hits Nemo on the front leg. They were set up outside. They meaning Chadwick Tromp. So he missed his target by about 5 feet. The 1-0. Swung on, chops it over to first. And mercifully, the inning is over. We will head to the bottom of the third. Arcia, Tromp, and Acuna coming to the plate.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a 1-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
Bottom of the third inning, we are back. Quintana fires the first pitch, 90 miles an hour, just above the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Quintana turns and lets her go. Down and in, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Alvarez foolishly asked for an appeal down the first base line. Nowhere near going around. Braves trail 7-0, but if there's a bullpen you can come back on, it's definitely this New York one. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Braves looking for their first hit of the day. The pitch. Swing, pops it up, way out in front of it. And Marte fighting the sun. He'll charge in and make the catch. 1 away. That'll bring Chadwick Tromp to the plate. Tromp, the number 9 hitter. Lefty-righty matchup. D'Arnaud getting the day off. First pitch on the way, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way, grabs the outer edge. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Nobody on. 1 out. Chadwick Tromp batting 125 with an RBI. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but a backhanded by Lindor. He'll flip it over to first. 6-3 put out. 2 away.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Time for roll call here on Braves Country Baseball. Good afternoon, Kenneth. David S., Country Club member. Robert. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike by Acuna. It's 0-1. Robert T. Underwater. Goat, another Country Club member. Jose, the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball sliced foul and out of play. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Good afternoon, Travis. Metal. Quintana sets up and swinging. That ball's rifled off the mask of Alvarez. I think it ricocheted off the umpire as well. We'll do it again, 0-2. Good afternoon, Marguerite. think I've gotten just about everybody. There were a couple late comers. Good afternoon, Harry, Kevin. The pitch. Down and in 1-2. Fox. The 1-2 pitch. Joseph. Yelton. High and inside 2-2. So a 2-2 count. And good afternoon, Diane, Country Club member, along with Jeremy and David Thomas. So a 2-2 count. Quintana lets her go. Outside wide ball 3. Full count from Quintana. The payoff pitch. Swing! And fouls it out of play. We'll do it again. Braves trail by 7. Still early in this one. Bottom of the third. Braves seeing Quintana second time through. The payoff pitch. They set up inside. Swung on. That ball is rifled over the head of the third baseman. Or did he make the catch? He made the catch. Leaping catch by Beatty. Bad camera work kind of threw us off there. Thought he made the catch, but they followed the ball into the hole where it didn't go. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Excuse me, do you know how to get to town?
Yeah, it's back the way you came.
Hey, Braves fans, Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here.
White people, I want to have a conversation with y'all because y'all have really pissed me off. Where are the new rock bands? Like when I was growing up, we had Green Day. Y'all keep trying to twerk. That's the problem. We need some headbangers. Like what happened to all the garage bands? I ain't met a white dude in like 10 years that said him and his band. That just randomly brings up his band. Do y'all not do that anymore? Why all the skater boys want to be DJs and rappers and producers? What is going on? White people, I say this because I care. Stop rapping. Bring back the rock bands. We didn't even judge y'all because the singer really could never sing. We never judged y'all because the music was that good. Can we please have that back?
Armchair.
Is there no way we can get rid of him?
Not without cause.
I have cause. It is because I hate him.
Now is Henry Aaron. Here's a pitch to Aaron. All game in the 7th inning. The Cardinals lead 3-0. Here's a pitch to Henry Aaron. There's a drive way back. It's out on the Green Avenue in right center. Tremendous home run. Hit the light tower out there. Holy cow, did he kiss that ball. There's his 42nd home run of the year. His 126th run batted in. Oh, did he hit that ball.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Winans to Marte is on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Winans, 63rd pitch of the afternoon. Slider misses outside, 1-1. So it looks like they're going to let Winans go a little bit longer, probably playing the game of, well, we're down 7-0, the 1-0 pitch, down and in, 2-1. You don't want to deplete your bullpen when you're down this much. If the Braves show some life and start scoring some runs, might have a totally different story. Same token, you can't just let a guy go out there and get pounded. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, chopper back to the mound. Comebacker jumps up in the air, grabs it, fires it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out, one away. And though this is a We're in the heart of the lineup. He is facing two right-handers in the first three batters. The guy coming to the plate right now, though he's not right-handed, Lindor's been struggling from the left-hand side of the plate. Lindor 0 for 2, the first pitch, misses high and outside, 1-0. You almost wonder if the decision was not to go with Lee yet because they didn't want to turn Lindor around and get him off the schneid, the 1-0 pitch. Outside, up top for a strike, it's 1-1. If you're wondering about trades that the Mets may make if they fall out of it, some interesting stuff that I found this morning. I was looking at this, the 1-1, swung on, chopped foul down the line, it's 1-2. Brandon Nimmo has a full no-trade clause, which means he would have to agree any trade. Edwin Diaz the same. Those two are still locked in, respectively, for 4 and 5 more years. But as the 1-2 pitch swung on, that ball is just over the outstretched glove of Ozzie Albies, down for a base hit, and Lindor taking a wide turn. He'll stop at first, 1 on, 1 out. Francisco Lindor has a modified full no-trade clause, meaning he opened it up. At one point, he was full no-trade, and now he's opened it up. So Lindor's already giving up on this franchise. Now, who wants a 30-year-old outfielder who's making $300 million, is not hitting great right now? That's a different question. First pitch on the way to Pete Alonso. Chopped foul down the first base line. It's 1-0. Lindor did have a good 2023, so if he has similar numbers, there will be interest. Pete Alonso is at the end of his contract, and he can be traded to anybody. The 1-0, check swing foul, 1-1. I can't imagine they'll trade him in the NL East, and they probably don't want to trade him anywhere in the National League in general. I'd say the Mets would be looking for a partner in the American League. The 0-2 to Alonso. Swing, and that ball's hit up the middle. Ozzie's got it, and it's going to be a 4-3 inning double play. Lindor was trying to steal second. Ozzie was covering the bag, and you couldn't draw it up any better. We'll be back in a flash.
Unlucky. Yeah. Man, I love the way y'all use that word over here. Back home, if a team was playing poorly, we don't call them unlucky. What do we call them, Coach?
New York Jets.
There it is.
Hey, Braves Country. This is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
We're doing 21 miles today for my 21st birthday.
Well, on my 21st birthday, I couldn't walk 21 feet. Huh? I got up. I think that's maybe what was wrong with me still to this day. All right? My 21st, I woke up with a football helmet, a woman's thong, and a flip-flop. I still don't know what happened. On my 21st birthday, one of my buddies on himself. Huh? He was quiet all night, and he was sitting on the couch. He said, I got 3 minutes later, he didn't say a word after that, but 3 minutes later, he said, I don't got no more. But happy birthday to you.
Flood lost in district court and then lost again in the Court of Appeal. And on June 18, 1972, by a vote of 5-3, the United States Supreme Court ruled against him. Baseball was still exempt from antitrust laws, and the reserve clause still stood.
I am particularly pleased that the court has recognized the need for a reserve system and has further recognized that baseball has not disregarded the extremely important position the player occupies. Over the long history of baseball, the reserve system has constantly evolved to improve the position of the player. I am confident that this process will continue.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves Ozzie Albies takes a swing at the first pitch from Quintana and loops it foul down the third base side. It's 0-1. Looks like it broke Ozzie's bat, so he'll have a quick second to switch that out. So an 0-1 count as Ozzie digs back in. The pitch. Swing and lips it high into shallow left center. Drifting back is the shortstop Lindor. He'll make the catch. 1 away. One on, nobody out. Riley looking for the Atlanta Braves' first hit of the day. The pitch. Curveball down and in. Or actually down and away, 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch just misses outside. 2-0. 2 curveballs down and away to start off Riley. Hard hit ball. Last time he was up, flew out in the first. The 2-0. Off the plate, but given a wide strike, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Riley. Pitch inside, 3-1. The 3-1 from the left-hander Quintana. He rocks and fires. Swing! And that ball's fouled out of play. Full count. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Over the top of the four-seam fastball. 2 away. Riley might have been sitting on something soft. They were set up high and inside. He missed low. The Braves bats once again here on an afternoon game have yet to wake up. The first pitch on the way to Olson is down and away for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch, swing, pops it up. Is it going to stay in play in between third and home? Foul territory, just into the seats, about 3 rows back behind the dugout. Beatty and Alvarez were giving chase. So a 1-1 count to Olson. Braves have had a base runner, the walk by Ozuna, but yet to score a hit. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-1. The 2-1 from Quintana, working out of the stretch with no one on. The pitch. Alvarez sets up outside, misses outside, 3-1. The 3-1. Ozuna stands on deck. Swing, and that ball's blasted high and deep, going back on the track, off the wall, off the highest part of the wall. Matt Olson is going to keep chugging around, and he's going to have himself a triple. I think if he hadn't ran out of gas, he might have had it inside the Parker. That ball went on the top part of the brick wall, bounced over the head of Marte. Second baseman McNeil had to come retrieve it because it rolled back so far. We all know Olsen doesn't have the best wheels, but that ball bounced and rolled and rolled and rolled. McNeil, realistically, by the time he retrieved that ball, was in dead center right field. So Olsen stands on third, the first hit of the game by the Braves. First pitch to Ozuna, swing and a miss. 0-1, 90 miles an hour. Up inside on the hands. The wind's blowing out right to left. That might have kept the ball from leaving the park. The 0-1 to Ozuna, down and in, 1-1. Ozuna walked his first time up. Infield is back and playing the shift to the right-hander Ozuna. The 1-1. Swing and pops it up over towards the first base side. That'll bend out of play, 1-2. Just past the dugout, past the camera well, about 5 rows back. Good afternoon, Rebel. Good to see you in. The 1-2 count. Olsen on third, 2 outs. The pitch. Down and out of the zone, bounces away, but not far enough. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Ozuna. Lefty-righty matchup. 2 outs, 2-2 count, bottom of the 4th. The pitch. Swing and chops it back in front of home plate. The pitcher's going to jump on it, flip it over to first. Quintana to Alonso, and it's a 1-3 put out to end the inning. Braves get one on but can't get them across. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the 5th we go.
So I was on my way home the other day, and I seen this homeless man. I stopped to check on him. He said, "Hey, bud, you couldn't spare a couple dollars, could you?" I opened my wallet and had $2 in. I said, "Yeah, I got $2 here," and went to hand it to him, and I stopped and I said, "Hey, I'm just curious. You're going to spend this money on alcohol, are you? Whiskey, wine, anything like that?" He said, "No, sir." I said, "I quit drinking many years ago." And I was like, "Well, all right, that's good, but you ain't going to spend it on gambling, are you? Like lottery tickets and stuff?" He said, "No, sir. I quit that gambling years ago. I'm just trying to get day by day, man. Every little bit helps." I said, "All right, well, you ain't going to spend it on them there drugs, are you? Cocaine, marijuana, methamphetamines?" He said, "No, I give up doing the drugs too, bud." He said, "I'm just trying to get myself together." I said, all right, well, hold on. You know what? I'm going to take this $2 back home, and I'm just going to take you with me. And I'm going to get my wife to cook you a hot meal." And he said, "Well, I'm much obliged, sir. I surely appreciate it." He said, "Well, why would you do that?" I said, I just want to show what happens if I was to quit drinking, lottery, and get off cocaine."
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with Gamblett that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler and he ran with the gambling crowd, and he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when he needed to make errors. He was a scary figure. Scary because he was tolerated, scary because of what he did, scary too because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team, and Chase's open vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely was beyond ugliness.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Winans, who's back out there to Beatty, is off the plate wide for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty. Pitch misses out wide again, 2-0. Winans now at 74 pitches. The 2-0 from Winans. Rocks and fires, swing, and that ball's chopped foul down towards the camera well just before the first base dugout. We'll do it again. I'm glad you like those clips, Coach. Sometimes I make so many during the offseason, the 2-1 pitches, rifled foul down the first base line, 2-2. Make so many. We made over 400 of those during the offseason, and you start them out. I started working on them early this year, like early November. So some of these I've forgotten about, and I'm listening. I'm like, what in the hell is this one? And then you just get to laughing once you hear it. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on and hit right on the ground, but it's at Arcia. He'll flip it over to first. 6-3 put out. If you're just joining us, the floodgates were opened up in the third. They scored 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the fourth. 4 in the third. The defense let us down today. It was rang up as a base hit, but you could have put an error on Michael Harris, who misjudged a ball and it came off his glove. And then shortly after that, an error was charged to Orlando Arcia. Easily could have at least gotten in front of the ball, and we might have a much different score right now if the two defensive blunders hadn't have happened. But anyway, you paint it. Alan Winans has had a bad day on the mound. Francisco Alvarez comes to the plate. 1 for 2 with a double. RBI in the third and a run scored. First pitch. This is inside for a ball, 1-0. There's Alvarez and McNeil. Anybody gets on, DJ Stewart would come on. You do wonder if Lee may come in to face these left-handers that are due up. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, chopped back over the mound, left of second base. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first. 4-3 on the putout. So that'll bring McNeil up. I would think this is his last batter. Stewart's the one that hit the home run against him. And fares much better against righties and lefties. So we'll see if he can get through this. If he can give Braves 5 innings, though it was 7-run ball, that's the first pitch on the way. He's right there for a strike, 1-0. It would help save the bullpen. Braves don't have another day off until next Thursday. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. Just past the first base bag to the right, 1-1. We will head to Miami after this one. First pitch tomorrow night is 7:10. We'll come on the air about 6:30. Then it's 4:10 on Saturday. It's an early start. 4:10. And then Monday, we start a series as the 1-2-1-1 pitch is swung on, grounded over to second, and just like that, 4-3 put out, we're out of the inning. Alan Winans got us through 5. Now we got to get some runs on the board. Duvall, Harris, and Arcia coming up.
This is a message to everybody who lives in my head rent-free. I'm going to need some rent. I know it's hard out here for everybody, but I am going to need that rent plus a $500 deposit. I know, but I'm going to need that ASAP, like by the 1st, or you got to kick rocks. But as you know, it's very spacious, you know what I'm saying? No pet fee, and I'm going to have somebody come and look at all those loose screws.
What can I say? I guess you're on to me. You said you'd take a bullet for me. You'd never take a bullet for me. Probably not. No one ever takes a bullet. It's just something people say that they don't mean, like, how was your day? Or, we'll stop if it hurts.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. When the Dodgers beat the Giants in the 2021 NLDS, it was Max Scherzer who closed out the game. Because the score was 2-1, Scherzer was credited with a save. It was the very first save of Scherzer's 16-year-long professional career. In 1980, the legendary Willie Mays was actually banned from baseball. Commissioner Bally Coon learned that Mays had taken a job at a casino and was concerned that he would gamble, even though he only worked there as a greeter. The ban didn't last long and was reversed 5 years later in 1985.
If you have to pick up something heavy, don't ask for any help. Throw your back out. Be a man.
In 1912, Boston fans had both a championship and a bright new ballpark to boast about. It was there they had beaten the New York Giants, and fans were convinced it had brought them good luck. Built in a marshy area called the Fens, the park's most prominent features included a badly sloping left field that was called Duffy's Cliff because Red Sox left fielder Duffy Lewis had learned to play it so well. The left field wall was just 320 feet from home plate and was very friendly to right-handed hitters and very damaging to the windows of store owners across the street.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Adam Duvall digs in. The first pitch on the way. Curveball misses wide of the plate, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. Charlie Ramos been given a wide strike zone to Quintana today. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Off the end of the bat, Adam Duvall gets things going here in the bottom of the fifth. At least put a fight up today, Braves. Let's not go away quietly. Good piece of hitting by Duvall, stuck with the pitch. So that'll bring Michael Harris the second to the plate. Harris takes the first pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. Harris, like most of the Braves, 0 for 1 today. Quintana giving up just 2 hits so far. Second time through the lineup, the 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is lifted into center field, but it's right at Harrison Bader. Duvall will have to make his way back to first, 1 down. You can expect the next time it goes through the order, Bryce Elder will be the pitcher. They can do it a number of different ways. In theory, he could pitch tomorrow night. He pitched on Saturday down in the minor leagues, down in Gwinnett. So he would be in line to take the ball tomorrow night. If not, 1-0 inside. It's 1-0 now after a pitch inside to Orlando Arcia, who's 0 for 1. Lefty-righty matchup. If not, they could deploy him anytime in the next 3 or 4 days. I would think he would get in the Miami series. The 1-0 misses high, 2-0. You don't want him to wait too long in between starts. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way to Arcia. Down and away. It missed, and he didn't go around, but Ramos called it a strike. This guy, I don't know about this 94% accuracy that Pitch Savant claims. The 2-0, or 2-1, excuse me, right down the pipe for a strike, 2-1. The 2-2 pitch. Duvall at first, 1 out. Inside, 3-2. Thing about these umpires, they know that they're never going to get much barking from Snickers, so feel like that hurts the Braves sometimes. The 3-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone, ball 4. Braves got runners on first and second, 1 out. Chadwick Tromp coming to the plate. Now, he is do have the lefty-righty matchup. They're going out there talking to Quintana right now. Looks like it's Lindor and Alvarez, the only two out there on the mound. You'd think they're going to be talking about defensive positioning for a double play. And I would think he's going to try to lean heavily on that curveball to get him to roll it over. That's the cat and mouse game we're looking at now. Is that what is Trump thinking? Where is he going to be looking? Swing's a pretty good bat for a catcher. With the top of the order coming out, the main thing you just want to make sure if you're Chadwick Trump is don't hit into a double play. Keep it going. Sometimes a strikeout keeps the rally going. So they will get back to the positions. And here is the matchup. Runners on first and second. First pitch to Trump is inside, well inside for a ball 1-0, four-seam fastball missed. That might have been a purpose pitch. The 1-0. Alvarez drifts outside. Called for a strike on the outer edge. 1-1. Sinker just kissed the outer block. So a 1-1 count after two hard ones. Quintana comes set. The pitch. Curveball. Fisted foul back out of play. We'll do it again, 1-2. Alvarez was set up outside. So I do believe that we talked about this when they had the meeting on the mound. An outside curveball to a right-hander. He swings over. It's a tailor-made double play. The 1-2. Alvarez sets up inside and then drifts outside. The pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. It's going to go up against the wall. Oh, Adam Duvall comes around to score, and your Atlanta Braves, along with Orlando Arcia later, across the plate, it's 7-2. So you're telling me there's a chance. Good piece of hitting by Chadwick Tromp. Pitch on the outside edge, and he stepped into it and planted it, splitting the outfielders out there in right and center. By the time they corralled it, Trump's on second, a 2 RBI double, and Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. First pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Just misses high, 2-0. Thanks for smashing that like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe. The 2-0 pitch. Swing! And foul tipped into the glove to him. Chadwick on second. One out. Top of the order, seeing Quintana for the third time. The 2-1-2 Acuna. Quintana looks back, fires it. Down below the knees, gets away. I think if Alvarez catches that ball, he's able to frame it for a strike, but it popped out of his glove, and it looked like it also handcuffed him. He was setting up outside, and the changeup drifted inside. You put that two together, he was never going to get that call. The 3-1 to Ronnie, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Full count. Right down the pipe, right in his wheelhouse. Tell Ronnie's scuffling. He would normally tattoo that pitch. Full count. The shift to the left side of the infield. Pitch. Outside, well outside, but called strike 3. Charlie Ramos has been absolutely clown calls all afternoon long. That pitch is about 2 inches off the plate. And once again, you won't hear a chirp from the dugout. Talk about it all the time, but that's the thing that I think we all miss about Bobby Cox is that he would stand up for his players. First pitch on the way to Albies is swung on. Baltimore chopper in over towards third, and it's going to be an infield single. Beatty charged the ball. Barehanded it, came up with it clean. There was no chance to get Ozzie Albies, so he puts it in his back pocket. He throws that over to first, and it goes wild or whatever. It's going to be a run. So Austin Riley with one swing could get the Braves back in this one. 7-2 to score. Runners on the corners. I believe he's calling it. Yep, he called a pitch timer violation on Quintana. It's 1-0. Looked like it missed the zone anyways, but that hasn't stopped Ramos from calling it a strike all afternoon long. The 1-0. High and out of the zone. That ball gets away. Here comes Chadwick Tromp. He is going to score, and your Atlanta Braves have essentially cut this in half. It's 7-3 here in the 5th. Don't go anywhere, Braves country. We got ourselves a ball game. On the play, Ozzie Albies scoots on up to second base. Quintana was nowhere near the target. Ball hit the top of the glove of Alvarez. He had a hard time getting the ball back into his grasp, but he was never going to get Trump coming home. That kicked far away. The 2-0 pitch to Riley. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. A high chopper eats up Lindor, but he'll make the play and fires it over to first to end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves have made it a 7-3 ball game. We're back in this, baby.
Today we are discussing crazy stats from Jamie Moyer's career. Over his career, he had 33 complete games and 10 shutouts. He is the last pitcher to log a shutout in 4 different decades. His last shutout was with the Phillies on May 7, 2010. With that shutout, he became the oldest pitcher to record a complete game shutout, a record that still stands. One not-so-great record that he holds is most home runs allowed in Major League history. Over his 25-year career, he allowed 522 home runs. When he had retired in 2012, he had faced 8.9% of Major League Baseball hitters ever. By the time he retired, about 19,000 different hitters had played in the majors, and he had faced roughly 1,700 of them. He pitched in 50 different ballparks. He was selected to his first and only All-Star game in 2003 at the age of 40. He never threw much harder than 82 or 83 miles per hour, according to Fangraphs. His changeups were clocked in the mid-60s during his career. One player described his changeup as throwing feathers. You don't think the ball can stay in the air that long. When he made his debut, the Major League minimum was $60,000. Alex Rodriguez made more than that every time he stepped up to the plate from 2001 to the end of his career.
Baseball suits the character of this democratic nation. Democracy is government by persuasion. That means it requires patience. That means it involves a lot of compromise. Democracy is the slow politics of the half-loaf. Baseball is the game of the long season, where small, incremental differences decide who wins and who loses particular games, series, seasons. In baseball, you know going to the ballpark that the chances are you may win, but you also may lose. There's no certainty, no given. You know when a season starts that the best team is going to get beaten a third of the time. The worst team's going to win a third of the time. The argument, over 162 games, that middle third. So it's a game that you can't like if winning's everything. And democracy's that way too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. DJ Stewart leading off against Dylan Lee, lefty-lefty matchup. He tries to drop a bunt down. You know that's how desperate he is against lefties, is he does not have speed. It is 1-0, or 0-1, excuse me. The 0-1 swung on, foul back out of play, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Let's get on the pitching change. We're keeping y'all from having some kind of a stroke with the. There we go. The 0-2 pitch. Appreciate it, Jason, hitting those up. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and chops it foul down the first baseline. Now, that's a fair ball, and it goes off the glove of Olsen. He gets it, rebounds it, flips it over to Lee, covering the bag, and it is a 3-1 putout, one away. First base umpire called it fair. It's a close one. It looked like it might have went over the bag just a hair, but we'll take it. That'll bring Bader to the plate. Bader from the right side, lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, 1-0. Down and in. Bader, who's 0 for 2 on the day. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. Nice pitch by Lee. Slider. 1-1. Still no official word on Spencer Strider. We expect to hear something by the weekend. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded over towards short. Arcia fires it over across the diamond. A 6-3 putout unleashes that cannon. 2 down. Like to see the Braves get in and out of this inning quickly, get those bats back to working. Scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th to make this a tight game, tighter game. 4 runs in the next 4 innings that's a cakewalk for this offense. Brandon Nimmo, top of the order, now up. First pitch on the way to the lefty is 91 right down the pipe. 4-seamer, it's 0-1. Happy Masters Day to everybody. The Masters gets going. About the time this game ends is when Tiger Woods will be teeing off. The 0-1 fouled away. It's 0-2. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to watch it because I canceled my cable because I watched so much baseball on the baseball app. There's really no point of it during the summer months. The 0-2 pitch. Down and in, 1-2. I think we have some version. I don't know. I don't know if it's on Paramount or if it's on Hulu or something, but I'll find a way. So a 1-2 count. The pitch. Swing. Fist it foul back. We'll do it again. Braves 3, Mets 7. We're just in the 6th inning, so a long way to go. The 1-2 count to the left-hander. Just missed the top of the zone, 93. Fastest one he's thrown so far today. Lee was looking for a little extra oomph to end the inning, but just missed high. So a 1-2 count. Lefty. Marte stands on deck. The pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back, 2-2. Nimmo just missed timing that one up. The 2-2. Pitch on the way. Down and in. 3-2. Trying to chase the change just below his knees. Full count to Nimmo. The 13th pitch of the inning for Lee. The southpaw delivers. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at Olsen. He'll Step on the bag. Busy as a bee, Olsen's been today. When we come back, he'll grab the bat and see if he can do something here. Braves trail 7-3, bottom 6.
Hey, to all my parents out there, I just want y'all to know y'all not crazy. Them kids be throwing your forks and spoons away.
If you thought the homeless were running San Francisco now, did you know one of once Emperor of America? Meet America's Emperor. Norton was a Jewish fellow from England who arrived in San Francisco as a businessman. He did well for himself until 1852 when he made a bold move to try and corner the market on rice during trade bans, which blew up in his face. It broke him financially and mentally, so he'd write a manifesto. At the end of it, he declared himself Emperor of the United States. As a joke, a San Francisco newspaper ran the manifesto, and there you have it. America has a self-proclaimed emperor, his name is Norton, and he lives in a boarding house. Less than a month into his reign, he actually put out a proclamation where he abolished Congress on behalf of the American people. After that, he abolished the two-party system and ordered General Winfield Scott to use suitable force to clear the halls of Congress. Norton wore a blue uniform of a Union general with gold epaulets and a rusty battle saber, and never paid take the ferry as part of his executive privilege. Soon he began printing his own currency with his face on it, and on the 1870 census, Norton listed his occupation as emperor. The emperor also wrote letters to Queen Victoria of England, explaining to her why a marriage to him would help strengthen the relationship between England and America. There you have it, Norton, Emperor of America.
Here he comes again.
Hey, my nephew you've been talking about, he's 3 for 3
Is that right?
That's right.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
ThingsThatDidn'tHappen.com.
Really?
Yep. You know, baseball's not for everyone, man. You know, sign him up for karate or something. All I see is swinging at air.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
George Stallings was the manager of the Miracle Braves of 1914, who went from last place on July 4th to winning the pennant and eventually the World Series against the highly favored Athletics. But when he was dying, so the story goes, one of the would-be, soon-to-be mourners said, "George, what's killing you?" Stallings replied, "Bases on balls."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way. Matt Olson is off the plate wide for ball 1-0. Quintana will go back out there. 86 pitches on the afternoon, the 1-0. Swing, foul straight back, 1-1. Could be his last batter he'll face. Probably depends on if he gets through Olson. Two right-handers due up after Olson in Ozuna and Duvall. The 1-1 from Quintana. Alvarez out wide. The pitch way off the plate, 2-1. Some interesting numbers. You know, we're always aware of the players who were on the roster as the 2-1 pitches swung on, foul back out of play. 2-2. They eat up salary. But if you add up the players who were no longer on, but the retained salaries, as they call them, these are guys they either opted out of their contracts, or they traded for players that had to eat some salary. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the slurve down and away. 1 down. There's about, give or take, about $26 million of players who are not currently with the Atlanta Braves that the Braves are paying this year. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss curveball. It's 0-1. Now that had handed. Now some of them were declining options like Kirby Yates, and some of them were salaries that they ate to bring guys in. The 0-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's belted down the left field line. It is gone, but it is foul. Well foul. That ball was scalded off the bat of Ozuna. The highest number be Marco Gonzalez. Now he's pitching having a pretty good start to the year with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's getting $9.25 million from the Braves. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. 32-year-old crafty left-hander. But his game, very similar to the man you're seeing today in Quintana. Max Stassi, the catcher that they got from L.A., and then traded away. He's making 6.2 this year. That's 15 just for 15.5 from those two players. The 1-2 pitch, down, taken all the way by Ozuna, 2-2. Matt Carpenter, who also came over in a deal, and then they just released him. He signed back on with St. Louis. He's sitting on the end of their bench, paying him $3.2 million. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's roasted down the left field line, but plenty foul. We'll do it again. Colin McHugh making $1 million on a declined option. Brad Hand, same thing with $500,000. Evan White, $4.5 million. Nick Anderson, $100,000. The 2-2 pitch, down and away, 3-2. So a full count to Ozuna. Nobody on. One out. Standing on deck is Duvall. The payoff pitch. Swung on, chopped foul back behind home plate. We'll have a full count again. Quintana, by the way, about to throw his 98th pitch of the afternoon. The southpaw kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball is roasted down the line. Just foul once again. That is 2 balls that Ozuna has hit in this at-bat that just missed the inside part of the bag and would have been extra bases. They're playing him on the shift, but he's hitting that ball hard past Beatty each time. The 3-2. Swing, and that ball's ripped down the third base line. Plenty foul that time. Ozuna trying to time that pitch up. He's gone 4-seam and sinker, all coming in around the high 80s. The 3-2. Swing, and that ball's hit on the ground. And that one will get through for a base hit. Down into left field. Under the diving glove of Beatty. Ozuna was able to keep his bat head back that time. Hammer it between the 5-6 hole. I think that's 13-game hitting streak, isn't it? They are going to make a pitching change when we come back. 7-3 your score, and the Braves are threatening.
So I used to date this guy. And he... Oh, I don't think I'm ready to talk about that yet.
How to act when you see an attractive person. Quickly look away. Now slowly look back. Slight smile. Look down. Slowly look up at them. Start to wave hi, but then change your mind. Now laugh to yourself. Now dead serious. Now blow them a kiss. Blow them another kiss. Now blow them a French kiss. Flare your nostrils. Now flick your tongue like a lizard. Now squint your eyes and mouth the words, "Call me."
I love when people are like, "What are you doing after work?" And I'm like, what am I doing after work? I have to make supper. I have to go to bed at 7:30. What do you mean? What am I doing after work? Are we meant to be doing things after?
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases. swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Drew Smith to Adam Duvall is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on and popped back. Foul. It's 1-1. Drew Smith, 5 innings so far this year, 0 ERA, 6 strikeouts, 4 walks. Last time he was in, if you remember, he slammed into the camera well trying to chase after a 94-mile-an-hour fastballs right there on the edge, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Righty. The pitch, 95-mile-an-hour fastball out wide, 2-2. Standing on deck is Michael Harris II, then Orlando Arcia. Runner on first, 1 out. Braves have gotten to Drew Smith in the past. Last year they knocked him around a little bit, but he's off to a good start this year. He's always had a live arm. The 2-2, swing, and fouls that out of play. We'll do it again. Looked like the slider that just missed off the edge. The 2-2. Ozuna at first. Not much of a lead over there. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider. Got him whiffing. 1 away. 2 away, excuse me. That'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris. Oh for 2. He's due here. Righty lefty. The pitch. Swing and pops it up. That ain't going to get it done. He swung at a pitcher's pitch out the gate, and that'll end the inning. Deep fly ball to left, but nowhere near deep enough. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 7-3.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Dave Justice, all is forgiven in Atlanta. Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
The ref wants to fight. See him? He's like, fight me.
It's offsides.
Right, they're on the side. He's like, oh.
No, he's calling offsides.
Oh. I didn't know. Cussing.
No, it's a false start.
Oh, false start. Same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Oh, okay. It's my first time. Look, power to the people.
4th down.
Oh, 4th down. I mean, that's 4th down.
Yeah, that's 4th down.
Illegal hair pull.
Illegal substitution.
Nose punch.
Face mask.
Illegal leg stretch. You can't stretch.
Roughing the kicker. Do you even watch football?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
This is for an NFL record 66 yards. On its way.
Look, he's so mad he just kicked the ball.
It's a field goal, Derek.
Ref's like, why'd you kick the ball? If I was the ref, I'd probably go talk to him. I'd probably be like, you can't just be kicking the ball because you're mad.
And I don't give a damn who you are, how much money you got. You're going to make 7 out of 10 outs and go to the Hall of Fame. What others, is LeBron James shoots 3 out of 10? Are we buying that 26? If Tom Brady completes 3 out of 10, are we buying that 12? No. So, just accept the fact. I made 10,000 outs. I did Reggie Jackson's radio show about an hour ago. I made more outs than he got at bats. And he was the first to tell me that, by the way. Smart ass. He told me he was Mr. October. I said, Reggie, listen, I was Mr. April, May, June, July, and August, and September.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Lee will go out there for another inning of work. First pitch on the way to Marte is swung on and slapped into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Good cutoff by Duvall will keep it to a hard hit single. Nobody out. One down, or excuse me, one on, nobody out, and Francisco Lindor, the batter. Lefty righty. Lee comes set, the pitch. 91 mile an hour. Four-seamer misses high, 1-0. Standing on deck is Alonso. Big inning for Lee and the Braves. If they can keep it right here, opportunity to scratch back in it. Marte takes off. The throw is off the mark, and he will steal second with ease. Good jump by Marte. Bad throw by Chadwick. Runner in scoring position. I mean, he had a huge jump. If a good throw probably doesn't get him. So now, with the runner at second and nobody out, Lindor will be trying to hit it to the right side. The 1-1 pitch, he hits it to the left. Off the glove of Riley. By the time he gets the carom, Lindor is going to be safe with an infield single. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Just off the edge of his glove. See how they score that. Probably should have had it. It's a big league play that ought to be made. It took a weird hop, but nonetheless. First pitch on the way to Alonso, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. They do call that one an error. So second error on the day for the Braves. Should be 3, if we're being honest. The 1-0. High and out of the zone, 2-0. Braves normally one of the more sure-handed defenses in all of baseball. They didn't get the wake-up call today. They're still on the snooze alarm. The 2-0. Lee looks back the runner at second. Nowhere near the zone, ball 3. So Lee in danger of loading the bases with nobody out. And just when you needed a big inning by your pitching and your defense to keep you in it, it's unraveling quickly. Alonso 2 for 3, 2 singles and a run. 3-0 pitch. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So Lee is all kinds of in his own head, looking back the runner. Marte was not going to risk getting thrown out at third, but Lee was focused on where he was after that stolen base. So I guess the only good news is not much of a chance of someone stealing now. First pitch on the way to Beatty is down and away. Misses the zone completely, 1-0. Kansas City pounding Houston once again, 9-0. The Astros, assuming that score holds. By the way, they're only in the second inning. If that score holds, the Astros will start the season 4-10. They've started slow the past few years, so I doubt you can count them out yet. The 1-0 from Lee. Lefty. The pitch. Right there, grabs the inner part of the zone, 1-1. One thing you can't do if you're Dylan Lee is keep giving up free bases. You've got to go after them. You're down 4. You can't you can ill afford to just give up walks. The 1-1 swung on, chopped foul hard towards the first base dugout, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Braves defense is back, except on the left side where Riley's playing your traditional third base stance. Everyone else is back, further back than what would even be considered double play depth. The 1-2 pitch swung on, dragged that foul. Braves 3, Mets 7. Top of the 7th inning. Lefty, lefty. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Handcuffed him. I think that kind of fooled Beatty. It was kind of an excuse me half swing. Had already committed. Was probably going to get rang up. It was really close to the edge of the zone. One away. So a big out for Lee. Now a double play could get you out of the jam. Francisco Alvarez, a dangerous right-handed bat, stands at the plate. Still pretty decent wheels for a catcher. First pitch on the way is swung on and sawed off foul over the first base side. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lee comes set, the pitch. Swing, and that ball is a comebacker, and off the glove of Lee, fires it over to first. A run will score 8-3, but there are 2 outs. Lee just kind of scuffled that one. It went right in and out of his glove. If he makes the play cleanly, which he should have, I mean, that ball hit him right in the glove. This is a terrible defense today by Atlanta as a team. It won't be considered an error because he did get the out. But if that ball comes to him, he's going to have an easy play out for Trump and probably gets a double play. First pitch to McNeil is high and inside for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty, lefty. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And the New York Mets have taken a 10-3 lead. 2 RBI single by McNeil. Dylan Lee just left it out and over the plate. McNeil never tries to do too much with these pitches. He just gets enough of it to send it to the outfield. 10-3 your score. Now the Braves are really going to have some work in front of them. They're going to get back into this one. First pitch. High and inside DJ Stewart, 1-0. Four-seam fastball up around the noggin. Dylan Lee at 33. This will be his 33rd pitch now. So that may be fatigue. I doubt that was intentional. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. Lee's being asked to just eat these 2 innings. Braves trail 10-3. Top of the 7th, 2 outs, 1 on. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. So close to possibly getting out of this inning. If Lee holds on to that comebacker and doesn't pop out of his glove, you're going to get the out at home and you're probably getting the double play to get out of the inning. Instead, is the 1-2. Caught looking, strike 3. That'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves kick the ball around a little more. It's 10-3. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch. Trailing the New York Mets 10-3. First pitch to Arcia is out of the zone for a ball, 1-0. Braves defense let them down today. 2 errors, could have been 3. And then you had a couple of gaffes that weren't considered errors because they rebounded and got the out, but could have been 2 outs. So all in all, about 4 or 5 miscues in the field today. The 1-0 foul back 1-1. The 1-1 from Smith. Swing and a miss, 95 miles an hour, outer edge, 1-2. Braves came into today 2 games in front of the Phillies, who won yesterday. 3.5 in front of the Mets, 3 in front of the Nationals, 6.5 in front of Miami, where they head to this weekend. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. Still haven't quite figured out an answer to the offensive woes and just the scuffles in the day games as the 2-2 pitch is swung on, grounded over to second. McNeil's got it, flips it over to first, caromed off of his glove, but he rebounded it. 1 away. It's about that time to turn back time on this date in Major League Baseball history. 1912, Rube Marquard begins a 19-game consecutive win streak by beating the Brooklyn Dodgers 8-3. First pitch on the way to Trump is bounced off the plate wide. It's 1-0. In a game featuring 13 ground rule doubles hit by the visitors because of the overflow crowd in the outfield and along the foul lines, future Hall of Fame southpaw Streak, as the 1-0 pitch is fouled back, it's 1-1. His streak will end in July when the Giants lose to Chicago at the West Side Grounds 7-2. Also on this date in Major League Baseball history is the 1-1 from Smith to Trump. Swung on, pops it back foul, 1-2. On this date in 1971 is the 1-2 pitch, outside wide, 2-2. Jerry Grote hits a walk-off homer in the 11th inning off Wayne Granger at Shea Stadium. The New York catcher's game-ending round tripper for the only run scored for the Mets in a 1-0 victory over the Reds. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider off the edge, 2 away. This date in 1985, Cal Ripken Jr., nursing a sprained left ankle, suffered while covering second base on a pickoff play the day before. Is ordered by the doctor not to play in today's game against the midshipmen at the U.S. Naval Academy. The Orioles' shortstop streak of consecutive games would have ended in its infancy at 444 games as the 0-1 pitch, or the first pitch to Acuna, is slapped back foul. It's 0-1. Without it being an exhibition contest in Annapolis. And one more is the 0-1 pitch. Inside, did he go around? He didn't, but they're going to say that he did. First base umpire make it Chad Fairchild. Must have dinner plans. It's 0-2. On this date, 1996, the great Greg Maddux, Major League record of road victories ends at 18, at a 2-1 loss at the Pirates. The 0-2 down and away, 1-2. At the Padres, Jack Murphy Stadium, the Braves right-hander was 18-0 with an ERA under 1 per game in 20 season road starts dating back to July of 1994. The 1-2 is slapped back foul. We'll do it again. That's your turn back time for April 11th in Major League Baseball history. So a 1-2 to Acuna, 2 outs. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Ronald Acuna Jr. on this young season, batting just .233 with the .632 OPS. The 1-2 pops it up high in the sky, shallow center field. Bader charges in, makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the top of the 8th. Braves trail by a touchdown.
Can someone please tell me at what age do men start scream sneezing?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. 1278. Wait, what happened? 1278. I ain't even ordered yet, big bro. 1278. Pull to the window. Well, let me get a double Western bacon cheese. Yes. A double Western bacon cheeseburger, extra barbecue sauce with 3 tenders, 2 ranch, and 2 barbecue sauces. Why'd you plan Trail Demetrius Jefferson? Well, damn, baby. How you know it's me? You only come to my drive-thru saying, you're at 2:55 p.m. And I can smell that cheap-ass roast. Hey, you good, baby. You need a raise. But, yeah, let me get that chocolate shake. Yeah, let me get a chocolate shake. You know one of the chocolate shakes since you know everything? Yeah, let me add a chocolate shake. This window, stop playing with me. I just clocked in. And you lactose intolerant. 1278, pull up to this window. Hey, you good. You good, baby.
On the outside, with the tattoos and the piercings and wearing mostly black, I look like a badass. But on the inside, I'm having a panic attack in the Trader Joe's because there's too many people in one aisle.
Despite growing professionalism, the pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Well, we're not doing so well this afternoon, folks, if you're just joining us. Braves trail 10-3. Alan Winans. I would say he didn't have it today. I don't know if he's ever had it. He got banged around for 5 innings. They left him out there. Tyler Matzik comes into the game. Misses the first pitch to Harrison Bader, the number 9 hitter. For a ball, and then hits him with the strike, 1-1. The 1-1, 95 miles an hour right down the pipe, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Matzik comes set, zings it up there, and a curveball in the dirt. Good take by Bader, 2-2. Jose Quintana, he'll be in line for the win. 5 1/3 inning, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 5 hits. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is ripped into center field, down for a base hit. Harris will cut it off before it becomes a double, but it's a leadoff single for Bader and the Mets, up 10-3. Getting Matzik some work in. Remember, he had a bad outing last time out. I'd like to see him bounce back. Tomorrow's game, 7:10 first pitch, should be Max Fried on the mound for the Bravos. First pitch on the way to Brandon Nimmo is slapped into left center field. That's going to get up against the wall, and Hader should score. He will. It's 11-3. Long way to go for Harris as he hit it against the defensive shift in the outfield, split the center field and left field, Duvall was playing pretty close to the line, and Harris was playing for him to pull, so there was a huge gap, and Nimmo drove it into that gap. 11-3 your score. Marte comes to the plate. Ball bounces high. I don't even know where that ball went. Nimmo will come home to score. 12-3. Ricocheted off of Tromp and then bounced high in the sky. Eventually came down behind home plate. By the time it came down, Nimmo was already halfway home. So the good news is bases clear. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. This reminds me of what was his name? The old Tampa Bay Buccaneers coach. The 1-1 pitch swung on, that ball slapped into right field. That's down for a base hit. Matzik really getting hit hard. The Braves bullpen is going to continue to be a good one. Matzik's going to have to clean this up. Of course, coming back from that injury, you knew he was going to have some rough outings. And you do wonder sometimes, a guy like Matzik, who normally comes in high leverage situations, when he comes into a game and it's already 10-3 in the eighth, you wonder if he's coming in with that same fire, same focus. John McKay was the head coach of the Buccaneers I was trying to think of. Used to coach for USC as well before he came to the NFL. First pitch on the way to Lindor's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. He famously said at the end of one of his games where the Buccaneers were in the middle of a 16-game losing streak to start the franchise for Tampa Bay, the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, slider in the dirt, 1-1. Lindor 1 for 4. He was asked about, what do you think about the execution of your team today? And he said, well, I'm in favor of it. The 1-1 pitch, swung on, chopped foul down the line. It's 1-2. I think he might have actually been asked about the execution of his offensive line, but regardless, he said, I'm in favor of it. So a 1-2 count. The pitch, swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got it, flips it over to first. Lindor will beat it out with his speed, and it's a 6-4 putout, 1 away. That'll bring Alonso to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch to Alonso is right below the knees for a strike. 0-1. Alonso 2 for 3. Mets are looking to take this series 2 out of 3 from the Braves. If this score holds, the 0-1 pitch. Just below the knees. Try to hit that slider down low. Just about the same spot, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch from Matzik, way outside, wide, 2-1. Braves 3, Mets 12. Bad defense and bad pitching was the name of the game today. The 2-1 pitch, swung on and fouled straight back, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. I think we missed welcoming in folks through WQEE in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome in. The 2-2 pitch. Rocks and fires, swing and fouls it straight back, 2-2. 12 runs, 13 hits. No errors for the Mets. 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors, and about 4 or 5 gaffes in the field for the Braves. The 2-2 from Matzik. Swung on and blasted deep into left center field, making a diving catch as Adam Duvall. He'll keep that ball from rolling to the wall and scoring Lindor 2 away. Lindor had to trot back to first base. In a closer game, Lindor might have been doubled up, but I think he was taking his time heading to second with it being such a big lead. Great defensive play by Duvall. Tell you what, we've had some great defensive plays in the field by our left fielders, him and Kelnick, these first couple of weeks of the season. First pitch on the way to Beatty is off the plate wide for a ball, 1-0. 2 weeks ago today was opening day for your Atlanta Braves. Is the 1-0 pitch. Chopper back over the head of Matzik. It is grabbed by Ozzie, shovels it to short, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Mets put 2 more on the board. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Atlanta and the heart of the order coming to the plate.
You people that walk in the middle of a parking lot, like right down the middle, are wild to me. And then you turn around and you're like, oh, I had no idea there was a car behind me in the middle of a parking lot. Must suck to suck. There's way too many people outside.
You know that there was an illegal gambling operation going on just down the street from where you live?
No. It was illegal. What that's that? I ain't heard nothing about that.
Armchair.
Cheating on me? That's easy. But trying to stop your car with no brake pads ain't.
The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Carabel, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida a black kid could attend, so just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah field. And in that Sarah field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck was, I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Dark clouds looming over Truist Park. Too late for rain out, though. The Braves trail 12-3. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is down and in from Jay, the left-hander, who has come on. The 1-0 misses high and wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it back. Two, 1 count. Bottom of the 8th. Nobody out. The pitch from the southpaw. Swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at McNeil covering at second. 4-3 put out, 1 away. Tyler J., The 29-year-old left-hander. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is outside for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. 91-mile-an-hour fastball misses high, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swing, and that ball's roasted down the left field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Austin Riley's got a one-out single. It appears that this is Tyler J's major league debut at 29 years old. He's a career journeyman in the minor leagues. So maybe the Braves can get some runs on here and at least make it a little interesting. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. It's a four-seam fastball at the knees for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on and sliced foul out of play down the left field side, 0-2. Matt Olson batting .295 with a 1049 OPS. The 0-2. Swing! And that ball is belted high, but not quite deep enough. It's going to die into right field. Marte's underneath it. Got a good swing, but just got underneath it. That ball was in the heart of the plate, and he smoked it high, and he knew it. He just got underneath it. Maybe an inch or two with the bat head being up, and that's a two-run home run. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell Ozuna takes it outside for a ball, 1-0. Tyler J. looks like a left-handed Michael Tonkin. Could be his doppelganger. And I was thinking that's who was coming in because Tonkin was signed by the Mets in the offseason. First pitch on the way to Marcell. Misses for a ball, followed up by a cutter. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and fouls out away, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Well, Heather, if you're going to blame the umpires, I'm going to blame the weather. The 1-2 pitch. Outside wide, 2-2. 2-2 count. Braves continue to just play very poorly in these day games in the middle of the week. The 2-2 to Marcell. Down and in, kicks away, ball 3. Riley will easily move up to third. 90 feet away. That cutter was nowhere near the zone. Bounced in front of home plate by about an inch or two. And then kicked to the back wall. So a full count. Home plate umpire Charlie Ramos dusts off home plate to give Alvarez a chance to shake out the cobwebs. That ball did ricochet off his mask. Seems to be okay. Lefty-righty matchup. The 3-2 pitch to Ozuna. Outside wide, ball 4. He'll head on down to first. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. That'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. So you'll have another lefty-righty matchup. Duvall singled. back in the 5th inning, scored a run. The only inning that the Braves really have put up much of a fight. First pitch on the way to Duvall, swung on, roasted down the third base line, backhanded, thrown across the diamond, and gets Duvall by about a half step. That was a nifty play by Bader. I thought Duvall would beat that out, but it didn't look like he did. Snickers wanting to take a look, but it doesn't look like, no, they are going to review it. I thought Snicker was, I mean, at this point, you might as well, oh, he did beat that out just by a half step. Looking at the replay, his foot hits the bag, and then the ball goes into the back of the glove. So that should get recalled unless the replay booth is on lunch break. And normally at this time, we would go to the out-of-town scoreboard while we wait for the play. But there's not much of one today because of all the rainouts. Milwaukee and Cincinnati were postponed. Minnesota and Detroit postponed. Kansas City all over Houston 9-1 in the 5th. And Oakland and Texas just underway. They're in the 3rd 1-0 A's. So they did call him safe. So it's 12-4. Duvall with the infield single. Runners will be on first and second, 2 outs. That'll bring the left-handed bat of Michael Harris II to the dish. 89-mile-an-hour cutter right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Harris batting .941 OPS, .326 batting average on the year. But he's 0 for 3 today. The 0-1. Half-hearted check swing, 0-2. Got him to chase that bender down and away. So an 0-2 count. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to first. Should be easy play by Alonso. And safe! Michael Harris II busting it down the line in a 12-4 ball game, and he's going to beat that out for an infield single. Looked like a routine play where Alonso gives the flip to Jay. I think Jay just misjudged his speed. Just got under it. It was a pretty good feed. You can't blame Alonso on that one. He could not have beaten Harris to the bag, so he has to go to Jay. Did not see whether or not Jay got a late jump. He was kind of shuffling his feet, and that might have cost him. But all in all, I think it's just the hustle, the speed by Michael Harris to make it 12-4. We still know this is a long ways off, but it's 12-4. And Orlando Arcia could make it a 4-run game with one swing. Now, the one thing you got to figure, because we haven't seen him all week, you got to figure that you're going to get, maybe not. They've got Adam Ottavino warming up in the bullpen. First pitch on the way to RC is down and in. He did not go around 1-0. You may get Edwin Diaz if this game gets close, but maybe not if it doesn't. The 1-0, right down the pipe for a strike, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Chadwick Trump stands on deck. Arcia, with the bases loaded, waits for the pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded towards third. Foul. Tuyasa Sopo will grab it and flip it towards the Mets dugout. It's 1-2. Lando Arcia will use his timeout as he digs back in. The 1-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and pops it up. Arcia can't come through in the clutch. And that'll end the inning. F4 in your scorecard. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 12-4.
I usually don't wake up grumpy. I let her sleep in for at least 5 more minutes.
Your totals were 120 yards in 19 carries. Benny Malone, 24 yards in 12 carries. But what's your high? Do you keep track of how many carries you have in a game?
Well, my high will probably come in about another hour after the ball game.
The older I get, the more I understand why deer run in front of cars.
Want to take a nap, or you coming to lay down with me?
Yeah. Come on.
It's just for a nap.
Oh, never mind.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We got a pitching change. Luis Guillorme, the ex-Met, will come off the bench and perform as a pitcher. The first pitch on the way to Francisco Alvarez, swung on and hit over the head of Orlando for a base hit. 1 on, nobody out. Snicker and company not wanting to waste any more bullets out of the bullpen in a game where they trail 12-4. They'll let Guillorme, an infielder by trait, pitch the 9th. The 1-0 first pitch on the way is down and in for a ball, 1-0. They called that a slider. It was 62 miles an hour. Didn't even get to the plate. The 1-0 misses outside, 2-0. They called that a slider too. So I guess everything's a slider from Guillorme. The 2-0 pitch swung on, chopped foul down the first base line, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Down and in. 3-1. Can't tell if he's taking something off it or if it's just gravity that's dragging the ball towards the ground. The 3-1, outside wide, ball 4. So DJ Stewart is now due up. Runners on first and second, no out. These are all basically ephus pitches coming to the plate. First pitch to Stewart, brushed him back with a 59-mile-an-hour pitch. 1-0. A 1-0. Swing! And that ball's blasted high and deep into right field. It's going to run out of steam. Making the catch is Forrest Wall as Acuna is given the rest of the day off. 1 away. Runners will stay put. Looks like Acuna was the only starter that was taken out, you want to keep your catcher on the bench, and Guillorme is pitching. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, hit hard on the ground into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Mets are going station to station, so the bases will be loaded, one out. They don't want to see one of their players pull a hamstring or something, trying to stretch it out in a 12-4 ball game. So bases loaded, one out, and Tyrone Taylor comes to the plate. Taylor's had a few at-bats in this series. He's batting .276 on the year. First pitch, 61 miles an hour. Down below the knees, 1-0. The 1-0. Down and in 2-0. Yeah, Connor, Winans was terrible today. The 2-0 pitch, swung on and lifted high and deep into left field. It is over the fence. A grand salami for Tyrone Taylor. So if you had him in DFS, he just saved your day. Just got over the fence. 381 feet, they're calling it. Just left of the 375 sign. Reached out over the plate and dragged it. You're wondering if it was, when these balls come into the plate so slow, you wonder if they're going to have enough to get out when they get underneath them. First pitch on the way is down and away to Starlin Marte. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, hit hard on the ground. Arcia's got it, backhands it, flips it over to first, 6-3 put out, 2 down. So 2 down. If you're just joining us, like Connor asking about Winans, he was not good. Can't imagine we'll see him anytime soon. This was the one team that he's pitched well against, and they got to him. Pitch on the way to Francisco Lindor. He's batting right-handed against the right-hander. 1-0. The 1-0 misses outside wide. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch, swing, and that ball's hit back up the middle. Ozzy's got it, flips it to first, and it's a 4-3 put out. That'll end the inning. Well, the Braves trail 16-4. I'd say the Mets will probably have someone pitch out of off their bench as well. We'll see what happens. Maybe the Braves can pad some stats when we come back.
So I was talking to this girl, and she was like, I like men and women, but for some reason I'm still single. And I was like, well, it looks like you're still by yourself.
Hey, back in the day, we used to throw toilet paper all over people's houses for pranks. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to stretch out this last roll until payday.
Milk is the fastest liquid on earth. It's pasteurized before we can even see it.
Dan, what? I need your help. I've tried to handle this myself, but I have one teacher that is really intimidating and pushes me pretty hard about my belief.
About what?
About everything. He just starts an argument with me in class and tries to put me down about every topic. You know, last week he made me give a talk about the Bud Light news story in front of the class, and then he made fun of my opinions for it. So I have a meeting with him in his classroom today at lunch. It's like, I want to stand my ground, but he's getting louder and tougher now that I'm a senior and my year is coming to an end. It's like, I just don't know how to handle it, Dad. I'm really struggling.
You handle it with me standing behind you. I'll be there for your meeting.
It's passed along from parents to children. My father was a football fan, but my mother was a baseball fan, so I went to ball games with my mother. She passed along her sense of the game. I'll pass it along to my son. It is a family heirloom. It is America's family heirloom because it goes back so far. But the thing that's most important about that is that we respect the people of other generations in baseball, perhaps more than we respect other generations in other fields in this country. We've been called a disposable society, but we don't dispose of Babe Ruth. We don't dispose of Walter Johnson. We treat them as though they are equals and contemporaries though they're dead. That's a very special thing to hand on to children.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio with Mac Magee, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country baseball. Tyler J will go back out there to the mound. He'll face Chadwick Trump. First pitch inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Might have been a touch inside, but 16-4, you're going to get that call. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Trump coming out of his shoes on that one. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves are back at it tomorrow. 7:10 first pitch. And the good news is the 0-2 pitch misses way outside wide, 1-2. We do not have to worry about a rain situation, as they have a roof there in Miami, a retractable roof in Miami. So unless something goes awry with that, we'll be on time. The 1-2 misses high, 2-2. No, the game that was rained out yesterday as the 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's roasted into right field. That's down for a base hit. The Braves got one on, nobody out. We need a touchdown and an onside kick and another touchdown, and we can take this one back to the house. The game that was rained out yesterday will be made up on September 26th. First pitch on the way to Forrest Wall, swung on, grounded up the middle. It's going to be an easy 6-4. Nope. Wall busting it down the line. One of the fastest men in baseball will beat that out, avoiding the double play.
Run, Forrest, run! Run, Forrest!
That boy sure is a running fool.
Forrest Wall on first. Unfortunately, you won't get a chance to see him steal here. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and roasted into left field. That's down for a base hit. And the Atlanta Braves got a little something going here. It ain't over till it's over. So that game from yesterday will be made up on September 26th, Thursday. Originally supposed to be just a Tuesday-Wednesday series. The Braves and Mets, it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all of them 7:21 pitches. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. So a lot of times you'll end up them making it up either the next day on a doubleheader or down the road, but because they had 2 days off that week, both teams, they decide to make it up then. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-0. And let's be honest, the season ends just a few days later. If it's not relevant, they won't play it. The 1-1 swing, and that ball is hit up to the right-hand side. Fisted. It's going to be a 3-6-1 attempt on a double play, but Riley's going to beat it out, and we'll have runners on the corners 2 away. Good to see these Braves players still running it out. A lot of teams down 16-4 would have just packed it in and wouldn't have attempted to beat that out, but instead that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. 16-4 your score, the pitch. Just outside wide, 1-0. And because teams don't play each other as much anymore because of the full schedule playing all major league teams, as the 1-0 pitch is fisted high. This might end it. Beatty's chasing over towards third. No, it's going to get out of play just before the tarps. About 3 or 4 rows back, 1-1. So the Mets only have one more trip to Atlanta. That's one of the problems with this new expanded schedule where you play everybody at least once. It makes it really difficult to make up rainouts, which is why these new stadiums need some kind of a roof that's retractable. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 1-2. And don't get me wrong, I love games in the regular elements, but I'd rather have the game played than rained out. The 1-2 misses high, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And this game is mercifully over. The Braves lose a tough one, 16-4. I think it goes without saying on a game like this, there's no real reason for a post-game show, and we have not gotten any kind of update. If we would have gotten an update on Spencer Strider, I would deem it necessary to go over the options. But real quick, we will go ahead and give away, well, nobody gets a game ball today with a loss, especially a butt kicking like that. If you're looking for what used to be called a GOAT, meaning, you know, the guy that you would point the blame to, it'd be Alan Winans. 5 innings, 6 earned runs, 8 hits. He got 1 strikeout and 2 walks. I guess we're going to have to come up with a better name than that, because the GOAT used to be the guy that was blamed for. Now everyone thinks of it as greatest of all time. So we'll come up with some better name for it. But the guy that spit the bit is Alan Winans. And here's hoping we don't see him again for a long, long time. He was just absolutely dreadful. He doesn't have any velocity. He doesn't have any swing and miss stuff. And the Mets took it to him. I'd say the player of the game for the Mets is Jose Quintana. He pitched a great game. 5 1/3, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and 3 earned runs. Only gave up 5 hits. And I don't know if honestly, I don't know if Winning choked. I don't think he has it. He just doesn't have it. To choke, you have to actually have it and have the ability to do something. But he does not have the ability to do anything. There's a difference between choking and not being very good, and he's just not very good. But he was there to grab a spot, to hold the line. Once again, we talked about this earlier, but they could have pitched Max Fried today, and they declined to do that. They sent Winans out there anyways because they're trying to massage the pitching numbers for the big picture of the season. And so what they essentially did was they punted a win, because we knew Quintana is a tough customer, always pitches well, very rare that you get to him and get to him often. So you send someone like Winans out there, you're really hoping that the offense is going to pick up the slack, and we weren't able to do that today. We had a couple of opportunities, but nothing ever really happened. And when it's all said and done, Winans will be headed back to, well, best case scenario, he's headed back to the minors. After today, he could be heading to a Kroger's or a Winn-Dixie near you. But anyways, this game sucked. That's all I got, man. 16-4. I hope it's the worst one we have all year. And most days we will do a post-game show, but a 16-4, it's not a close loss. There's nothing to really talk about and nothing really to go over other than the fact that tomorrow the Braves are back at it, and it should be Max Fried on the hill unless they decide to bring Elderin, who could pitch tomorrow, in theory. But if it's not, then it would be Max Fried on the bump, 7:10 first pitch, and he is scheduled to go up against Trevor Rogers, who has been difficult in the past, but Trevor Rogers has off to a terrible start. We'll talk about it more in the pregame tomorrow, starting about 6:30, but he's got a 1.9 whip, which for folks who aren't familiar with that, that's awful. An ERA at 5.4. You kind of wonder how the ERA is not higher at a 1.9 whip. And he has 9 strikeouts in 10 innings, but he's also walked 7. So the walks have been a problem. The hits have been a problem. And hopefully we'll continue that. And hopefully Max Fried getting 2 extra days rest will, 1 extra day rest will have an opportunity to go out tomorrow and shine. That's going to be the key tomorrow. What Max Fried do we get? Because he has not been good at all this year. And I expect him to pitch really well tomorrow night. We'll see your first pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves versus the Marlins, a 3-game set, 7:10 on Friday, 4:10 on Saturday. We'll have them both right here. Y'all have a great one, Braves country. Braves lose a tough one. Alan Winans, oof. We'll see you.